Just hanging out. Just kind of hanging out, working. I got a poster that I'm doing right now. So I like putting on old commercials. I don't want to get in trouble though for it. So I thought if I do it this way, I wouldn't get in trouble. Jay Leno. So, I'll show you what I'm working on right now, so that you could be like, "Oh, that's what you're working on." Oh, that's what you're working on. So that's what I'm working on. That's what I got to do today. So while I got this plan, look at this. Oh, this is Roadhouse. Man, rest in peace, right? Rest in peace. Fucking the guy that kicks shit. What the fuck was his name? I forgot what his name. The guy that kicks stuff. Rest in peace, big guy. Also Val Kilmer, huh? What's going on, buddy? What's going on, dude?
What's up? Oh, not much. Just driving. I'll have to pop in when I can. When I can't. Driving right now. I'll have to pop out and I'll pop back in when I get to my destination. Yeah, working over the weekend. How's it going, chat? Hail the chat.
Hail the chat.
Man? Thanks for having me. What's going on?
Just working, man. Just getting some shit done. Yeah.
Right there in the same boat. Yep.
All kinds of like shit going on around us, but I'm not really involved.
Is there? I haven't even been paying attention. I've been too busy working on my house and stuff. So I haven't caught up on fucking anything. Probably more of the same retarded bullshit of motherfuckers that just have too much time on their hand.
Too much.
And waste it squabbling about dumb shit on the internet. You know.
Well, it's interesting. It's awesome that it's like, okay, if I don't say anything, shit still gets fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. All right.
You know what I mean? There's no Matt Barr, you're an element. Not really.
Not really. Haven't I said that for years, dude? Like, you can walk away from this shit and nobody, they're still going to keep doing their crazy bullshit. Like, you don't need to do anything. They're just fucking retarded on their own.
Yeah. So, the whole thing. So, I guess, first thing that happened is, the Dan shit went down. Dan, well, he's now in apology mode.
Oh, he's on an apology tour now.
Dude, he's on an apology tour with Ethan correcting his fucking tweets and shit. No, you need to I don't accept that apology. You need to lowercase that queen.
Oh, what
I don't like the way you word that. Dude. You need to do it like this. And so Dan is just look, whatever you want me to do, I need you to fucking stop.
Well, I guess Dan hedging his bets failed. I think what he was hoping, maybe he could get brought into the fold of the Dungeoneers or the slums, whatever you want to call us, or you know what I mean. Yeah. He wanted to be part of the pirate ship. It's no, bro. No, bro. You made your bet, bro. You gotta lay it.
Yeah.
So where's my fucking book?
He decided to go hard, even do the throat goat thing, all that shit. And then Ethan showed him a screenshot of a cartoon, not cartoon, of a puppet show.
Hmm.
So that puppet guy is like making puppets of Frega's kids and shit now to like reenact that video.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's like blackmail, man. Like, hey, if you don't rob what my feet, I'm gonna make my puppet guy make puppets of your kids.
Dude, no, it
Dude, that's
wasn't
pretty
I'm
fucked
going to
up.
make him it was, hey, here's a screenshot of one. I've got two more ready. I've got two
That's what I'm
more
saying. Like, yeah,
fucking
that's what I'm
Fregas.
saying.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's like an intimidation tactic. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
we used to be friends. If we're not friends anymore, I'm gonna go there. It's like,
Yeah, I was, and
wow,
yeah, and so he's like apologizing now. So he's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I don't like the way you
fatherless behavior,
apologize.
man.
Get down on
Fatherless
your knees."
behavior.
Dan gets
Yeah.
down on his knees. It's like, dude, once you
Wow.
can't give these people a fucking inch, especially
No,
not
man.
like insane
No.
people like this. Like you
That's
give
why I
them
went
an
so
inch,
hard in the
and they're
paint. That's why I went so hard in the paint when fucking DG tried to like fucking blackmail me, basically. When he tried to like, oh, I got something. I'm like, fucking put it out there then, please, please, for the love
yeah,
of God. You hold no power over me, dude. Like none. I say crazy shit on the internet all the fucking time. Like you think you got something on me that fuck off. Do it. Drop it. Let's go.
yeah,
I don't care how bad it makes me look. I don't give a fucking shit. Like, let's go. I don't think you got anything. Fucking faggot. Let's fucking go, dude.
yeah.
Right.
I was yeah. The other night, I started reading my text messages. Like, oh,
Yeah.
you want to start like threatening to like release text messages? Fuck it.
Do it. Fucking do it.
Fuck it. Here you go. Let me start reading them.
What are you, a woman? Like, fucking do it. That's
I
what
mean,
fucking
the
Ethan
only
did to
thing
him.
on the only text messages that I was like, ah, fuck, that's kind of like off the cuff.
Rainy.
When I was like, oh, that bitch
Yeah.
ain't been around here. I was like, that
Yeah,
was kind of
whatever.
in the moment, but whatever.
Whatever. Like, I talk
I
shit
mean,
about
if I was talking about a dude, I would have been like that fucking faggot. You know what I mean? Like I, don't-
her. Right,
I was just like
right.
in the moment. Like it wasn't really personal to her. It would have anybody who was in that position. I would have been like, you know,
Yeah.
called him a name.
Yeah. Of course.
But other than that, I don't give a fuck because it was planning. But anyway, so Dan is like apologizing, so he's like kind of
Wow.
fucked. So it's like, bro, you're already content, dude.
Yeah.
Your content, it's too late.
Well, not anymore. He's like a 2 week old content at this point, so he doesn't. It's not even
Well,
relevant
the
anymore. He's
apologizing just like refreshed it. The
oh yeah,
apologizing
yeah,
just
yeah.
like
Yeah, I get.
came by
Yeah.
and gave it a little, like there was a dried up turd and they just kind of came by and like spritzed it with some water just to like reactivate it.
It's like one of those like dried out white ones.
Yeah, dude.
It's been sitting there all summer. It's all like white. But
Pretty
yeah, I'm
fucking
gonna jump back before I go. It's like I'm at my destination. I gotta jump off here real quick and do some business, and then I'll be back on. Before I
yeah.
go, what's the chat saying? I can't see the chat because I,
The chat is
you know,
amazing. We got James Hurley in the chat. James Hurley,
well,
Wiggle Dan, bends the knee hard.
damn. Yeah.
Ethan thinks he's the frog father.
Well, he slept up for years.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'll call back in. I'll be back. I just gotta run and do something real fast, and I'll be back in about 15, 20.
Yeah, man.
All right. Peace.
Peace. Oh, and you just missed Dan. Yep. You got to take care of your business or your business will take care of you. So that's what Mr. Wiggles is doing. This is an actual commercial. I'm like, what is this shit? Make memories in third world countries where you'll get dysentery. Get a guide. Get your guide. You know what? If I went on a tour of third world countries, oh, look at this fucking, what the fuck? They all need to get fucking double tapped. That's cute. The dog with that's cute. The three people all dressed the same, that's, you got to slowly walk backwards out of that fucking house. Dude, if I was going to tour like the third world country, I would like bring fucking, I don't know, man. Bring like former special forces with me or something. You know what I mean? Just like, just, hey, man, just hang back. Anybody does anything, chop them up. No, I don't know. Tarzan in Manhattan. What the front door? AIDS. You got AIDS. Hey, Sam Rhubarb, you homo. Saturday Rocks. That was always cute. I remember that coming out. That was like in the in one of the Muppet movie. So yeah, so Dan's fucking tour, that was crazy. I saw that, I was like, oh no, dude. Like I thought him doing the thing in the car was probably bad. Not probably. It was bad. Involving your kids into any kind of like shtick or skit or anything where it's internet drama, I think is a real bad idea. I think involving your kids at all is a bad idea. What the fuck are these people doing? That's what happens when you got good weed. Everybody just starts sliding up on you. Oh shit! Look at that fucking sea, that sea roach. 9.95, dude. At Black Angus, you get 2 lobster tails and a fucking puck of meat. No, I haven't. Have you? No. What the fuck's going on with the new Cheerios? Oh, I like that. That's fucking 80s as fuck. Look at that. We're gonna do it with markers. With a fucking hand sign font. Look at that font. Mmm. Mmm. Fucking new. Okay, let me get back to work. Oh, and then so like that, so that whole thing, that whole Dan thing is fucking kicking off. That's unfortunate for Dan. And then the fucking Liam thing. Like I'm not involved in any of that, and Liam is just spurging the fuck out on this guy who's just talking about his comic book. And I have a question, chat. Maybe you can answer me this. Riddle me this, chat. Liam is like, "Oi, I made Dino King on a shoestring budget. I made Dino King on a shoestring budget. I like barely put anything in it, right? I put nothing in it. It was a shoestring budget. I barely spent any money." Or whatever the fuck. So, like, how much do fucking commas cost in Australia? Like, are you charged for the comma? Because you got like the guy calls out grammar errors, the guy calls out misspellings, the guy calls out, missing commas, various shit like that. Nothing that has anything to do with your fucking quote unquote voice. It's just fucking basic grammar shit that you're missing. And your excuse is, "Oi, it was on a shoestring budget." Like if you're doing something on a shoestring budget and you call yourself an editor and a writer, right? Like that should be just like fucking them. Like, look, man, I don't got the money, so let me make sure I could spell border correctly. You know, look at these dinosaurs. Speaking of Dino King, which is crazy, dude. Like, oh, I'm gonna make Dino King Part 2. I mean, sure, it gets any bigger, the people who actually own the Dino King are gonna come for you. When you like start a book, just Google it. Google the name that you think you're gonna have, and make sure that that shit's not like out there. What the fuck is going on with this dude? Look at this fucking hobo. He's a gigolo. Ew. No. No. Look at this. He's a gigolo. That's what he is. He's just walking around, random bitches picking him up off the street. Get the fuck out of here, you degenerate. He's probably AIDS patient 0. Just one? There's a Chip and a Dale. Why just sell one? Oh shit, we're flying. Oh, you know what? I think this guy was pulling shit off of Beauty and the Beast. Look, he's like trying to squint his eyes at the same time he's like lifting his eyebrows. Be smart, don't start. I know. It's all downhill once you start. These are summer blockbusters. Did Batman and Indiana Jones come out at the same time? Or are they just saying just blockbusters in general? Yeah, shoestring budget, $6 million for a farm. Dude, I don't believe that at all. That is fucking insane. Unless he's like 6 million fucking pebbles, like if it's some sort of like abo fucking exchange rate that we're not sure of, where it's he spent fucking 10K on a farm, but apparently it's not even his, like it's his in-laws. So who, it's just bullshit. You can't listen to fucking anything the dude says. But having it on a shoestring budget and him being a so-called editor, like he's like tried to farm himself out as an editor and a writer, like you don't know where fucking commas go and you want to blame it on the amount of money. Look at this fucking nightmare place. See those girls? Two of the three girls will be killed by a fucking orca in the next 10 years. Oh shit, they were incorporated. You fuck. Kill the fucking chimps. Kill all chimps. Kill them all. Yeah, she's a nanny on a budget. I bet she knew how to put in fucking commas. Oh, she had a koala. God damn, she's got ankles. She's got cankles, dude. She has no ankle. You see that? There was no ankles. It was just like leg, foot. Because you're a dumb bitch. That's why you bought it. Actually, I don't know. Oh wait, she's about to take off her glasses and let her hair down. Ah, I called it. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, what is she, like one of those teachers that fucking lets her hair down and fucks one of her kids? Sick. Swear to God, man, public schools are worse than fucking churches at this point. Why do they show Australia? It's just some big fucking round dude. Like everybody in Canada, not Canada, Australia is just fucking round people. Somewhere abroad. Jesus fuck. Bright and dry, you should have write WTF. That's fucking gross. Yeah, so Liam is just fucking. I don't even have to say anything about that fucking cornball, and he is losing his shit over somebody's opinion of his book. Right? First, it's like you can't tell me what to do. Like what? The guy's just talking about his opinion of your book. Could you imagine? I don't know, man. Could you imagine Eric July doing this? Everybody would be loving it. Could you imagine what the fuck is going on with the looks? I mean, I'm trying to think of like a director, you know, like could you imagine a director like making a video about some critic who talks shit about his movie? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I watched the new Army of the Dead. It was weird. There was some dead pixels in some of the digital cameras. There was a lot of swipes from American Werewolf in London and Aliens. It was just like a big fucking swipe fest. You know, could you imagine saying that about Army of the Dead? Because it's all fucking true. And then fucking Zack Snyder like calling me out and like making a video and saying that I have an agenda and that I can't tell him what kind of movies to make. And that you know what I mean? It's just like, what the fuck are you doing, Liam? Even two tooth Tony was having a problem with his critiquing of the critique. It's like, yo, dude, especially Two Tooth. Like he's over there, his whole thing is criticizing Eric's uh criticizing Eric's criticizing. I don't know. So he's over there melting down. And then the cherry on top, the meltdown cherry on top, is that he starts calling Anakin Skywalker evil. He's always been evil. He's a disobedient little boy. I mean, he's probably going to be like, "Oh, I was just joking. I was just joking about that. I was just joking." Like, bitch. Oh, what happened to that kid? He got attacked by a chimpanzee. Oh, it's a girl. That's fucking. Come on, keep trying, kid. There you keep trying. Fucking A. This fucking commercial rocks. Yeah. What else are you feeding that kid? Just Ritz? Here's another box of Ritz, kid. Makes you wonder, was that kid a fucking kidnapped kid and being held? Oh, you want to run away? Here, let me break your leg. It's like a fucking like Misery, but for like a little kid. It's like Misery on Sesame Street. Little kid tries again, they just feeding him fucking Ritz crackers. But no, I'm just kidding. Take away the dark shit, and that's pretty awesome. Little kids doing stuff. What the fuck is this? Get out of that field, dude. You're not even in that field. I gotta wait 41 seconds. Who's this fucking guy? Men's Warehouse. You're gonna like the way you look. Maybe lose some fucking weight and you won't sweat so much. You thick necked fuck. Of course it's a mixed couple. It's of course it's modern fucking propaganda. It's not gonna be a black and black or a white and white. It's gonna be some who knows what the fuck she was, and then some mulatto cookie. It's just weird. Kathleen Turner. Who the fuck are you? Hey, look at those two people. It's weird. We're like watching dead people. Oh, look at him. He's still around. He's still doing shit. He was in the werewolf movie. Uh-oh. Hello, Tom Brokenjaw is out tonight. Tell you what, you have all those people marching for fucking abortion rights. You just march them right off a fucking cliff. That's my opinion. You want to kill babies? Okay. You think we have a fucking overpopulation problem? Okay. Why don't you take your little flags and start marching and just fucking march them right off a fucking cliff into the ocean? Great service. I mean, it was great. It was like I asked for a second bag of peanuts and they gave it to me. Wee, Pan Am. See that? Could you imagine her doing this in France now? Could you imagine them making this video, this commercial in fucking Paris now? There'd be like 8 or 9 fucking military age fucking Arab young men in the background just staring at him and shit. Maybe a fucking sub African fucking dude like roasting a cat on the corner. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't just like whimsical France anymore. It's fucking gross. Whirlpool. You see this bag? What's in the bag? Bitch, what's in the bag? No. What are you doing? Oh, it looks it's a barf bag. Okay, here. Barf. Delicious. Reheated barf. Ugh. Oh my god. What's going on, Edwin?
What's up, Matt Barr? I just saw you were streaming and thought I would dunk in for a minute or two.
Allocate some of your YouTube time to me?
Yeah, should I count now? If I'm streaming myself, if I join a stream, should I count that against my budget?
No, because you could have like earbuds and be doing something productive while you're streaming with me, cleaning a gun or sharpening a sword or I don't know, organizing books by color, all kinds of stuff.
I do need to organize my books. My desk is overrun with Play-Doh and with other actual books. But I have stayed under my budget this week. I'm still at 2.5 hours. I'm thinking about dropping that down to 2 hours though. Which would not be enough, ironically, would not be enough to listen to all of Lord Raptor Jesus's intros. That would actually, if I listened to his intros in one program, that would blow my
That
budget.
kills all of it.
Yeah. Just the intros.
There's a lot of them.
Can't have anything, Matt Barr.
I know. Well, so they're on so late. So like man, I'm trying to stay up to get on. I've kind of like moved past that, and now it's like I want to be on there, but it's just so fucking late at night, and the intros and shit take forever. So now I'm much more of like the replay gang. Where like the next morning I'm watching it. Like as soon as I wake up, I'm making coffee and I'm turning on Lord Raptor. But yeah, I'm fast forwarding like fucking, I don't know, like an hour of the fucking beginning, dude. Sorry, Raptor.
I think his actual show normally starts at about 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
The actual content of the show.
That's why like you get like a couple of like decent guys and then the rest are just like fucking cretins, you know?
It's the people who are hallucinating about stuff at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's
So
good
what were
stuff.
you doing in the 80s? You were like
in
the
80s?
military. Yeah.
No, not yet. Not yet. I joined the Army in 94. So I was born in 73. So in the 80s, I was just loving life, man. Being a kid in the 80s was amazing.
You're 73? I thought
No,
dude.
I was born in 73.
No, that's what I mean. I thought you were older.
No,
than that. You're only like 3 years older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I just thought you were older. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you'll see when I don't look that venerable and ancient in person when we're stalking the halls of HeroCon.
Yeah, dog. Maybe it's all the white. You know what I mean? You got that like Steve Martin thing with all the white.
Yeah. But I started going gray at like 48 or 48. Yeah, when I was like 24 in the Army. Yeah.
I'm sure you get a lot of gray in the Army prematurely.
Yeah. You get a little extra serving of stress.
little extra. Dude, did you watch any of that Arma operation last night?
I caught just like a minute or two of it, and then I had to.
It's like it's like I like to play the game, but I am so glad I didn't join the military. You know what I mean? It's just
Well,
like, yeah, the shooting and the guns and the parachuting and like the hiking and all that stuff sounds so fun, you know? And like I like to do that actually, but it's like the sitting around and waiting part of it, dude. Like I was playing last night, it was like 2 hours. I think maybe 20 minutes of it was actual like, you know, looking for enemies. The rest of it was just fucking sitting around.
Yeah,
waiting.
95% of my time in the Army was waiting to do the thing or cleaning weapons or picking up trash or cleaning stuff or training the actual fun bits.
Yeah.
Or dude, the not fun like, bits were just a very small fraction.
Lots of like, hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. All right, hurry up, get in your vehicles. Okay, now wait. It's like, fuck. Yeah, in my head, I'm just going, yeah, this is why I made the right choice. This would have sucked.
Or like air assault was always the lie. Because like you think air assault, yeah, we're going to fall right on top of the enemy and shoot them. No, you usually get dropped like 10 kilometers away and then you walk through like miserable terrain to get to whoever you're trying to kill.
Dude, I was playing paintball for a while. Like I had a pretty good paintball setup. I had like an air tank on my belt. Like we were going out in the woods, like not in like a little like, you know, blow up obstacles with like the bright colors. Like we were all like, we were making cardboard armor at the end, dude. Like putting like.
Did you have like a cardboard APC that you were all right? You make the engine noises.
No, but by the end, dude, I literally had I was wearing like layers of cardboard with duct tape, like that I had like made and like put it on and then duct taped it on so that I had like some protection on my back and on my chest, and then we'd wear a cup, and then we'd wear a neck thing. Because we weren't playing by any rules. It was literally like you fucking got shot until you gave up. Like once you raised your hand, like once you were like, all right, I'm fucking done. Right. So there was like moments where, dude, it was gnarly. Like me and my buddy were stuck behind like a tree that's been like knocked over. You know, a tree gets knocked over and it creates like a giant like round dirt thing with the roots.
Right.
So we were stuck behind one of those. He's on like fucking shooting on to one side. I'm shooting on the other side. And like, we're just getting fucking flanked on both sides. Like they're just fucking totally creeping around us. So we're trying to shoot and keep our fucking position. And dude, it was like, I got shot in the fucking leg with a paintball, and it could have been like, all right, I'm done. But it was just like, fuck. I'm fucking hit. I'm hitting my fucking leg, you know. And then I got shot in the fucking arm, and I'm like, fuck, you know. And it like just kept fucking fighting until the very end, and then just like, dude, that would have been the fucking end of us. Like, that's how quickly it could have fucking gone to shit, you know. And like, I'm dead. So, you know what I mean? It's like,
I grew up in a rural area, and so I grew up before paintball. I mean, if I didn't learn about paintball until I was in my 20s. I think I was already in the Army when I learned about paintball. But like when I was like 10, 11, 12, we, you know, because we're all country boys, we'd have BB gun wars. And so you'd try and borrow some sunglasses and you'd put on like your jean jackets. And then we would all take the one pump oath.
Oh shit!
which nobody followed.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to have BB guns. I think because of y'all, you know, really? A couple of years ahead. Because of you guys, we weren't allowed to have BB guns. No, we had
I had my first rifle by the time I was 10. Man, in the country, it's just
I had a BB gun. I eventually got a BB gun, but like when we were younger, like all we had was dirt clogs and sticks. So we go out in the woods and fucking throw sticks at each other. That shit was fucking awesome. But yeah.
That was one time we went first fight. Oh, really? Not dirt clogs, but do you know what a magnolia tree is?
Yes. Yeah,
so
you were throwing magnolia
after elementary school. After elementary school, we'd have war with magnolia cones, and they look kind of like a pine cone, but they're heavy.
Yeah, dude, they got
And
girth.
apparently, I didn't follow the form, and I blasted this guy named Chris Blinson with one. We're like in, I want to say it was fourth grade, maybe fifth grade. It was elementary school, so it was either fourth or fifth. That's the first time I'd ever really been hit. He came behind me, and punched me like right in the kidneys. Just folded me. Made me cry for a little bit because I was like trying to figure it out. But then when I got home and I thought through it, I'm like, okay, all right, so this is fighting. So I wore my cowboy boots to school the next day. Before class, I walked up to him and just teed off right in his little nards. I don't even know if they had dropped.
That's hilarious.
And then I got taken to the principal, and at the time you actually got paddled. So I got paddled, but it was worth it. After that, though, we got along pretty good, and that's when I learned, like, oh, okay, so fighting is violence. This is violence. Okay, I get
it. Do you have brothers?
I did, but younger. So
yeah.
I'm the ones who taught them about violence.
You gotta watch out for the younger brothers, though, man. They'll fucking team up.
Mm.
You start talking shit to one, you keep like,
yeah, but I boxed.
You gotta keep them. I'm like what is the thing?
Yeah.
It's like you gotta keep them separate and fucking hating on each other. You can't let them fucking team up on you. Like I learned that early, dude. Like, don't let them team up.
I just put the fear in them. I think my middle brother could probably take me because he's a couple inches taller and he's heavier than I am. But I think it's psychological at this point.
Yeah, I have a younger brother who just did 20 years plus 20 in the Navy. He's got a fucking black belt. Like he fucking worked me over if he wanted.
But now my youngest brother, who almost looks like a younger version of me. I remember I had him. I brought him. He got into some trouble here, and I brought him to upstate New York, where I was stationed. And I'm like, all right, you don't have to get a job right away. I don't even care if you drink beers, smoke cigarettes. It's cool, but I don't want any weed in my house, because I'm in the Army, so I don't want drugs in the house, right? Even if it's a pretty benign drug. And I'm coming back one day, and they're like, "Oh, we were smoking your brother up," and I'm like, "Oh, cool." I just beat the piss out of him. I didn't hit him in the face. I've never hit one of my brothers in the face. Just all body shots.
That's good. Yeah.
Like, I feel like you shouldn't hit family in the face. I don't know if that's a rule with other families, but I've tried to hold.
Dude, there's a hole in one of my brother's fucking doors when one of my other brothers threw a fucking knife and like implanted into the fucking door. Dude, it was like, fuck, man.
Yeah. I've tried never to stab family. You don't stab family. You don't punch them in the face if you can.
Times. Oh, you ever seen this? Who's this chick? Did you ever watch MacGyver?
Yeah, I remember MacGyver. Oh yeah, I can't remember the actress's name
though. Oh, look at that kid. There's what's his name, Doogie Howser.
It does look like Doogie, doesn't it?
Dude, was there ever like an evil MacGyver?
An evil MacGyver.
I know. It's because it's like every time I think of somebody who's like clever like that, like a Sherlock Holmes or like a
a Moriarty.
Yeah, I think of like, oh, is there a Moriarty to him? Like,
but Moriarty is like the archetype for the evil genius, but he wasn't himself not really a gadget guy.
No, he wasn't a gadget guy. He was just like the antithesis. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, there's actually a guy who like is very crafty at like blowing shit up instead of like stopping shit from blowing up. You know what I mean? Like MacGyver shows up and there's like been a some sort of accident, some sort of explosion. His friend has been killed, and he looks and he's like, "Wait a minute, the guy only used a paper clip and some gum," and you know what I mean? And he's like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, this is something that I would do, but opposite, you know?" Even Knight Rider, there's a fucking evil car. named
Oh,
Car.
that's right. What was the evil car called?
It was called Car.
Oh, was it like with a K?
It's like KARR or something. It was like KKKAR. Like it it just kept running over minorities. It just kept fucking swerving to hit black people, and they had to dismantle it.
Just parked outside the Popeyes, huh?
Fuck. Like, Car, we gotta go. Not yet. So there is like an evil car. So it's like, oh wow. So, what if Kit is traveling around the country and they're solving crimes, unbeknownst to them, they're all being orchestrated by the evil car.
Yeah, what is it? Is it the Dukes of Hazzard car?
Oh my god! No, it looks like a fucking. It
Going
looks
after-
like the Trans Am. They were like, "Hey man, can we have some money to get a different car?" They're like, "Whoa! Pump the brakes.
Whoa.
Let's just make them look the same." There's no difference between a car and Kit.
Michael, I think he stole a bike.
Stop! Give me the handle! Stop! Give me the controls of the handle! No!
Michael, I detect Utes.
He's probably a gangbanger. All he did was wave at us. It looked like signs.
Michael, his pants are sagging. A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist.
Kit, who is your main programmer? John Malin.
No, it would be that Terry guy. That schizophrenic guy who made Temple OS.
Oh, man.
Hey, there's a Valley Law.
Now I'm thinking about, I heard about Jay Dollars making like his own AI. And it just made me think about that dude. It's that guy's fucking name who made like the program where he saw God. What's that guy's name?
So it's Terry. Yeah. Let's see. Hang on a second.
Wiggles has some amazing intros with that dude.
Terry Davis,
Terry Davis.
I think was his name.
Yeah, Jay Dollar is going to be the next Terry Davis.
Hey, the guy was brilliant, but he was 100% schizo, not in a pejorative sense. He was an actual schizo.
Do you think the government should have taken him then and somehow institutionalized and then weaponized him?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of. I mean, if you look at a distribution curve, there's plenty of non-crazy geniuses. So the idea that you have to entertain, I mean, there's not plenty proportionately, but there's plenty given how many people there are in the United States. It was weird, man. Back before
But you can
Reagan,
manipulate him a little bit. Like if he's crazy,
you want to weaponize.
I want to weaponize him, manipulate him. Because if he isn't crazy, like if somebody's like a genius, and you try to manipulate him into like doing stuff for you and your government, like they may be like, "Hey, man, that's crazy. I'm not going to do that." Like they might see the manipulation, but like if somebody's crazy, like you might manipulate him into being like, a fucking mentat or something.
Tism force.
Yeah, dude.
So the good part about Tism, getting anything done is just actually sitting down and doing it. So like someone who's moderately bright might actually accomplish more than somebody who is legitimately a genius if they have the personality to just sit down and do it, right?
Yeah.
I think that seems to be the problem of modernity. Like we all have so many distractions now, which is one of the reasons like I've started turning off YouTube. and I just write or research or do whatever I'm working on. But I wonder if all these distractions are in a sense going to like eventually be like the death of like is these are these next generations going to leave any cultural artifacts? Are these next generations going to produce any great art or any great books, or is everybody just going to be, sitting around drooling, watching Skibbity Toilet?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, just a nation full of AIDS turtles making puppet shows.
Yeah, I think we're going to lose a lot of people. I think there's a lot of potential that's going to be lost. I think we'll still have some art. I think some people will still want to make art and produce and create, but the temptation is much greater to just get sucked into the mall of the fucking the inner tubes.
Yeah, because focusing now is even what used to be a fairly average level of focusing on some particular task and thinking about it is now almost a superpower, right? Because
Yeah,
think about how long you were when you shut off the YouTubes and you're drawing. How long do you draw for at a stretch?
a couple hours,
A couple hours.
maybe more.
I would assume that's probably rare. That's probably rare. Like if you transpose that to other activities.
Well, it's like I mean, I take it and consider it like work, you know.
Yeah.
And then I used to work in art departments where people were just constantly fucking talking, and people were coming in and out with sample approvals and shit. You know what I mean? So like, just people around me and stuff. I got used to it. I got used to it.
Well, that's like what I want to tell dudes who think they want to be like artists, and you're going to know the type I'm talking about. Like they will get through halfway through some sketch and they'll already have three screenshots posted on Twitter looking for validation for somebody.
Yeah. Nah.
Like get yourself something like fun with a pencil and just work through exercises for a year. Like I did that once just because I wanted to be able to do better caricatures of Mike S. Miller. I worked with like one of those books, because I wanted to make fun of him. I mean, he's my boy, but I still enjoy poking at him. But I just practiced for like 20 hours one week, and my art, excuse me, my art got better just from simple practice. And I feel like that's what's missing now. Nobody wants to put in any work.
The work. Yeah. Yeah.
They want to be a writer, or they want to be a comic book maker, or they want to do this, or they want to do that, but they don't want to put in any work.
What is the thing, the 1,000 hours or something?
Yeah, 1,000 hours of focused practice to become an
Yeah,
expert.
I mean that's like 1,000 hours of focused practice. That's just to like get your fucking foot in the door
Yeah,
with art and the art world and the art industry. You know?
yeah. And you think people who want to be like a comic book artist or some kind of artist, what do they start drawing? They start drawing superheroes. They start drawing Spider Man or Superman or whatever. Like just do figure studies, practice pulling lines. I mean, just like basic techniques and learn proportion. Do work.
Yeah, just shapes.
Yeah.
You know, just go outside and just start drawing shit. Walk into a room, draw a telephone.
Yeah, but I think focus practice is the key because you can see people like your buddy Dark Gift. Is as far as I can tell, he has not improved in art in what 8 years.
I don't think he seriously focuses on it.
Yeah,
I don't think it's his thing. I mean, like he's much better at the guitar.
yeah,
That's clearly like where his time went. So it's not like you can't draw. You didn't. It's like he put his time somewhere else into the guitar.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he didn't put enough time into it to be like professional at it. You know what I mean? So he
yeah, stuff takes time. Like I mess around on Twitter and have fun writing stuff about statistics, but it probably like my real hobby is like politics, right? And so like in this coming election, because I wanna affect who our senator is going to be before the election, I'm going to go knock on several thousand doors, right?
Oh.
So I can, yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, but it's effective.
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
Like I have a finite tank of interaction juice.
Are you? Well, I do too.
You know what I mean? Where I kind of like I could hang and be polite for a while, but then it's like I gotta get the fuck away.
Well, that's like when we come to this convention. We're gonna go Friday night and try and get together with you and Last Mountain the boys for dinner. And then I'm probably going to walk the floor on the convention maybe till about noon. And I imagine about noon, I'm going to be telling my wife, all right, time to go. Tired of looking at nerds. Yeah. By noon, when all the scruffy McGillicuddies are starting to sweat a little bit and the aroma in the convention changes. Like, yep, time to go. I've had enough people. It looks like Raptor had some experiences with the, I'm looking at your chat, had some experiences with the BB guns. He says, I remember the Red Ryder War of 93. Rip Steve. Sounds like Matt Barr may be attending to children. I think I heard a call for daddy in the background.
Sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. So are you going to have a second career as a puppet maker? Is that on one of your aspirations?
Me?
Yeah.
As a puppet maker?
Matt Barr's sock puppets.
Fuck no. I made one. I made a puppet once. Actually, I made two puppets. I made like a sock puppet, like a literal sock puppet. Like it was supposed to be an athletic sock for ESPN. And I like did the filming for it. I had green screen and stuff, but ESPN said that it was like too weird. Like we did a pilot for it. Like it was basically like the puppet show. It was like a puppet show. There was some like recycled animation, and then it was like sports bloopers and shit. And like weird sports stuff from like around the world. Yeah, it was just supposed to be like shit to play on ESPN between like 3 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. You know what I mean? It was like
on the Ocho.
Yeah. And like I did the one sock puppet. I had like little eyes for him and everything, and then I did another puppet that was a black woman, but it was a tennis ball. Oh yeah. Oh girl. Like it was like that, dude. Like, oh, sure enough.
And she was a tennis ball.
And she was a tennis ball. And they were just like, yeah, man, that's a little off. And they were like, yeah, but we got a black woman to do the voice for the tennis ball. So like so they like filmed or they like recorded the voices, right. And then I like mouthed the puppets because I made them here at my home. You know what I mean? So put up the green screen, held the little tennis ball, and like I had the little mouth, moving on it, kind of like because what I was like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to make a tennis ball into a fucking puppet? And then
now,
I watched.
did they ask you to develop this, or were you pitching this cold?
No, they came to me. I'm part
Okay.
of like a special projects team. And normally it's like dumb shit. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, we're gonna do something with the NBA, or we're gonna do something with fucking Serena Williams. I'm like, all right, normally it's like dumb shit. You know what I mean? But if this was like kind of, I was like, what? I was like, oh, I'm fucking in. Sounds dope. So I got paid for like a month of like fucking around.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you got paid, that's. Though I would think a couple of hours into making a tennis ball talk, I would start to consider like.
I had to make the tennis ball twice because the little mouth that I made like ripped.
Oh, no.
So I made like a little like mouth, and I used like foam. And it wasn't quite like stretchy enough because I had like a little piece of fishing line on it and was like pulling on it.
Could you contort the tennis ball to actually make it look like it was saying the sounds, or?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because so the tennis ball was like, it was on a stick. It wasn't moving. Like I didn't cut the tennis ball or anything. I just glued a mouth onto it. And then like first I put like a piece of white paper, and then I glued the red lips onto that. And I glued them in like a closed position, and then I super glued the fishing line to the bottom lip and then pulled it. So when I pulled on it, a little bit of the white teeth like showed, because I saw it on a fucking Sesame Street, right? I was like, what the fuck?
Okay.
So I watched Sesame Street and I was like, how the fuck did they do the letters? Because there's no way to put a fucking hand in a letter, like how the fuck did they do that? Right. So I watched and I was like, oh, okay, suck a dick. So I like went to Hobby Lobby and fucking,
I have discovered your secret.
Yeah, I got you, motherfucker. So I like and made it and made my own little version of it. Unfortunately,
so did the tennis ball black woman have like the big eyelashes? Like,
yeah, it was Show Reese, dude. She had purple shit. I need to find out where I did with that tennis ball.
Well, maybe you could pitch it to Popeye's Chicken. Who knows?
Yeah, they weren't happy. They were not pleased. They were like, I don't know about that tennis ball part. I was like, man. But then it was like, how much of this got like fucking like, did you talk to them about? Like, not really much. I was like, oh. Raquel Welch.
Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Well, Mr. Barr,
yes,
I need
sir.
to get some things done here in the country.
All right.
But it was a pleasure to chat with you a bit this
Always a pleasure, sir.
All right. Good evening.
Latest. What are we sweeping? Yeah, man, your show. I love your show, bro. Oh, is it a car? It's not KKKAR. That's good. All right. And I'm all quiet because I'm sitting here working. So what I'm drawing. Oh, concussion. Fucking, that's gay. Oh, who's this dude? Wow, it tastes like strawberries. 5, 6, 7 chemicals make it taste like holy shit, it's fucking Bruce Banner. That's who Bruce Banner is to me. Kind of squirrely little fellow with glasses. Turns into somebody looking like Jay Bama. Ooh. Tastes like yogurt, but it's coom. Fighting for keeps. Yeah, fat ass. You know what he should have done when that happens? Picked up the fucking the wanted ads. Single male looking for single female who won't throw shit in his fucking face. That's what he should have been reading. Oh, that's fucking creepy. Did he even know these people? This motherfucker is just rolling up on people, taking their pictures, and then running away. Who's she? She's like, hi. They're like, get the fuck off our lawn. Smuckers, fuckers. Motherfuckers is smuckers. I'm drawing this and it's gotta be like whimsical in a way. Like I can't just like have a giant caterpillar eating Nashville and then Nashville's like in flames. So I gotta, man, you don't got ulcer, you got AIDS. Look at that mustache. You got that shit. You got AIDS at a bathhouse. That ain't gonna help you AIDS. Oh, they're coming. You know who remembers? Petrich Farm. Petrich Farm remembers. Hmm. Who the fuck just sits in a fucking barn throwing apples up and catching them with his mouth open? He's like Lenny from fucking of Mice and Men. He's just fucking idiot. Look at all that. It looks awesome. And then they show like a group of Utes, a group of Utes coming in, just smashing the place up, looting it, spray painting BLM across the top. Oh, there's some Jamiroquai shit right here. He should have taken that opportunity and they could have fucked on that little island. Oh, that guy's a piece of shit. Maybe not in real life. I don't know. I don't like her in that fucking outfit and that fucking hair. She's up to no good. But he's been in other movies and he's been an asshole. He's like a professional asshole. Oh, what the fuck just came out of that turkey? Smoked turkey bologna breast. Breast hot. It's designed to be delicious, little buddy. Years and years of NASA technology have gone into making that fucking homogenized meat product taste just like turkey. JC Penney's. Oh shit. Where you at, P. Diddy? Yeah, it's a white party. That's fucked up. I guess that's better. Baby oil lotion rather than just like a straight up fucking oil. Oh, now I'm noticing women with short hair. They all got short ass fucking hair. The soaring eagle. Express mail brought to you by Soaring Eagles. Oh, these are real commercials now. What's he doing? My name is John Meyer. I saw him. He needs to be booking a fucking flight back to Ecuador. Oh, this is like early ASMR. Look at this. Yeah. Oh, it's like Anna's calendar. It shows up fucking 2 years afterwards. If you want to come in and hang out, feel free. If you want to come in and talk shit, feel free. Link is in the chat. Best foods. I don't know about best foods, but fuck yeah, with some mayo. I like me some mayo. Oh fuck. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'm like making this guy destroy shit, and I want to like, how do I make it even like more fucking crazy, like more destructive, and show like the scale of the worm. Yeah, I've worked in art departments, man, where people were just fucking talking shit the whole time. Literal, just a stream of shit talking the whole time. So, like, I could sit here quietly. Anybody want to go to fucking? I wouldn't mind going to Japan. That's always been cool, but like maybe even I don't know. Whoa, what the fuck? Cat just transformed. Crave is changing its name to Whiskas. Crave Whiskas. Oh, that's fucked up. You love your kids, right? Gets good tires. I guess it is kind of true, though. If you love your kids, you should have good tires on your car. Yeah, I think it would be interesting for MacGyver to come in contact with somebody who is evil. Ew. Odd. Dude came showing up to my house, picking up my daughter all wet and shit. I'd be like, where's your fucking umbrella, dum dum? You don't have the sense to have a fucking umbrella and you want to take my daughter out in the rain? Get the fuck out of here. Try again. Come back tomorrow. Oh shit, would she shoot him in the ass? Fuck. Oh fuck, she looks fucked up. Look at those glasses. This is 80s as shit. Oh, look at that helmet. A deadly silence. That's what fucking Dan wishes he had done. Was fucking silence. Now he's getting fucking finger banged by Ethan. Got PDA going on. I don't even know if close up is around anymore. Hey, look, Malin. Look at those horses. Watch the horses run. Notice how many joints they got. Oh shit, you're at Disney World. Look at that. Nobody runs all fucking arm in arm like that. Yeah, there you go. Run like that. Don't fucking run clamping each other. Do you want to eat from the hat from? It's like a Devo hat. That's what they should feed inmates, right? Just fucking cans of dog food. Motherfucking. That's right. Motherfucking Comics Kid has a problem. I think Liam's got some teeth missing. I think between Liam and Frog Tony, I think together they got one set of teeth. What does that mean? I'm going to tell you why men are slobs. I'm not a slob. I like shit clean. I like shit in their place. I'm like, when you keep a clean house and you put everything in its place, everything in its proper place. You're like looking out for yourself in the future. You're like looking out for you in the future. It's like a sense of like, hey, you know what? I love myself. I love my future self. So let me make sure I set this up so that my future self is good to go. Hey, let me do this. Let me use the weed whacker, clean it off, put it back where it was. Why? So that I know where it is in a week. It's all clean. Just saying. Why be slob? It's like a self hate. I don't know. Like the opposite of like Finatra. You know what I mean? You're just like wearing a diaper, sitting in the corner, pissing on the carpet, laying in it. And then you have the other person who's just like, yeah, I think it's time to change the sheets. It's been a couple days. She looks familiar. Hey, that's that chick. Valerie something. They've already showed this fucking commercial. Strawberries. California strawberries. Very liberal. Look at that. Back when they had animation. I'm not tongue because I'm drawing. I'm not tongue because I'm drawing. Still just loose. Working out shapes. She's gonna buy it herself. You know where she got the money from? She's embezzling it. She's a fucking one of the school superintendents, and she's just embezzling the money and going and buying jewelry. Like she was supposed to buy a new uh, oven stove set unit for a elementary school in the inner city, and instead she bought that necklace. I don't know all the words you just said were fucking word salad. Women start talking to you really fast like that. You're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, she was handcuffed to the chair the whole time. Did she blink and tell us that she was in trouble? Like if you're talking to somebody and they start blinking in a weird way, you're gonna go, "Oh shit, are they blinking? Are they blinking, telling me know that they're in trouble?" I'm very concerned. I especially, what woman is leaking out blue fluid? Is that some kind of tranny thing? I'll have to ask Frog Tony and regular fucking Dark Gift. Hey guys, when you're out on a date with your fucking tranny partners, do they start leaking blue shit out of their weird Play-Doh pussy that they've had the doctor make for them? Why do they always use blue? Are they trying to be like coy and nice about it? Oh, like fuck, use it on your eyebrows. That looks painful as fuck. She's lying. What the fuck, dude? Show me somebody with long hair. Why is it always like, oh, as soon as we're in a relationship, let me look like a guy? Geritol. What does that do? Does it make your shit? Makes you regular? Okay, she has long hair, but she's like trying to. No, it's still shoulder length. Claritin skin. I wonder if Kamazai or whatever the fuck his name is uses that. Johnny Scab, do you use fucking Claritin skin? Or just a filter? That's sweet. Polaroid. I don't even know if Polaroid is still around anymore, is it? Like officially? It's Polaroid. Y'all some poor bitches. You know what? Instead of getting these bullshit pieces of plastic, why don't you just work harder and get a fucking walk-in closet? That's what I did. I was like, man, there's no fucking closet space. Let's buy a house with a walk-in closet. Oh, dude. Instead of a little kid, they should have shown a fucking deer getting bled out. Like, look, you can fucking desanguinate a fucking deer in here with this thing. Department L. What if you sent that shit to Department fucking A? You get a fucking plasma rifle instead or something. You sent it to A. Oh, that's so awesome that the mom like called the dad in prison and told him. He's like, so what did my son do? Well, he's kind of like you. He's a little bit of a fucking sex pest. He just stared at this girl across and then wouldn't let go of her and then tried to feed her a spiked drink. Mm. Hey, she has long hair. The Blaney Woolen Stone, the Blaney Oh, it's so in trouble. Oh. What did you do, Ethan, after you had your heart attack? Oh, what's that? That's kind of cool. We're going Dutch, not on your life. I'm a woman, you're a man, you're paying for everything. Is this bloopers? What's their name? Terry? Terry to go get the wax up in here, the Terrys. Oh, you need to shut down. Shut down no more. This is interesting. This guy's about to kick him. This is like the scene from the movie with Jackie Chan and the black fella. Black fella gets kicked and he doesn't know which little Asian fella kicked him. Shanghai Noon, Shanghai Surprise. I don't know the name of the movie. Chris something. Chris something. He got kicks in the face. That's what's about to happen to Tom Brokenjaw here. He's about to get fucking chop sueyed. What's that he's saying? He's saying that he ordered the 45, but they are out. So he needs to order the number 12. Oh, this is when the students just got fucking wrecked. Oh shit. Look at these guys. Look at that. That's a hell of a job to have. You just get to hit people with the sticks. If he's not wearing a hat like this, hit him in the head. Chris Tucker, that was his name. Holy shit. Rush Hour. Thank you. Favorite little brown guy hooking him up. Get in here. I'm going to put you in this cage. We live here. Is he a vampire? Mm. What they call that? The Troubles? The Troubles of Northern England? Northern Ireland? The Oak Ridge Boys? What the fuck? What? You know who? I know who remembers the fucking Oak Ridge Boys. Lord Raptor. He's a fucking Oak Ridge boy. That's awesome. Do you think Kyle Ritter got catfished by Johnny Scab? That's a good question. I think he probably catfished some people. I think he catfished some people for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to brag, dude, but I have a walk-in closet and my wife has her own walk-in closet. I mean, I guess we were smarter with our money, you know what I mean? We just didn't like blow it all on a $6 million farm. This woman's about to turn into a fucking swan. Look at that. Lady Swan. Ooh. Can we get more awkward? Let's get the dad showing up. What are you girls talking about? What are y'all ladies talking about? Look, it's NASA. They designed it in NASA. It's space tampons. The astronauts used them to piss in. It's what fucking Sinatra wears on his head. Wow, look at that. Wow, look at those pendants. Those pendants. Nobody can make a pendant like that. Not even Pete Cullen can make a pendant like that. No matter how much love and care he pours into his Cyber Frog pendant that he hand carved by sticking a small stick into his dick and then using that to carve out Cyber Frog. I'm just mad. Just being fucking weird. Yeah, I don't like the dual tone suits. I don't trust her with her fucking shoulder pads. She's got these weird little puffy shoulder pads. Whoa, look at that guy. He's like a mad scientist. Hey, it's Alfred. It's fucked up. There's no black people. There's no black people with businesses prepping for the American Express. Sophisticated marketing. I don't even. What does that mean? What's unsophisticated marketing? What's just regular marketing? Just like mailing shit. Fiscal year gains. Random other shit. Here's some other stuff. Bzzz. Here's some chicks. Finally a black lady. Then some guy. Then another guy. Tapping the same 3 buttons over and over. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. This guy looks like a fucking bad guy. Seriously, from like Law and Order. I feel like on Law and Order, he is a cab driver who may have killed somebody or may have been like the witness who saw somebody get killed. Pacific Bell. I don't even know if that's still around anymore. Oh shit. It's a talker. Wow, look, it's like what chicks used to look like before filters. It's like with a filter, you got Anna. Without the filter, you got fucking Toto. That's an interesting approach. Hey, they're not for kids. What? Beyond Adventure. What the fuck is this? It's like X-Files, but dog shit. It's like, whoa, there is your fucking monster for the week. I'd rather see the Night Stalker, Kolchak, coming this Christmas. Oh shit. Oh shit. Remember that movie? Remember that movie? Remember that one? How about that? Remember that one? Remember that one? I'm sure he's got more than one hat. Oh lordy, there! Look at that kamikaze right there. Some of some of Johnny Scab's early modeling. Jesus. I kind of like that guy's suit. Dude, there's chocolate chip cookies downstairs. I might go get one. All these people have diabetes. This is the beginning. The 80s is like the beginning of just like feed your face. 70s was just like, hey, you know what? We have fast food. There's something called fast food. What? Yeah. Something just fast and quick. And then it's just like, here, fuck the cookies, eat the chocolate chips, and then eat the cookies afterwards. You're just asking for prepubescent diabetes to kick in. She's just got a plate of cheese sitting out in a dancing hall. The dancing hall gets hot, and you just got cottage cheese sitting out. People sweating, their body sweat. These fucking white people need to put lotion on ASAP. Remember the lady we saw earlier who wrote the words "what the fuck" on her? Actually, she just wrote the word "dry" on her hand, but really, she should have wrote "WTF." I've never had a Jack Russell. I do have a like a Boston Terrier right now that's kind of got a face like that. Her name is Zoe. She farts and she's got an ugly fucking face, but she's a beautiful dog. She farts, man. She's a quiet fart. So I get up on the couch with you and just like she'll like look at her asshole real quick. Like she's like laying there and suddenly look at her butt. Like she's surprised. Like, don't be shocked. You push it out. Look at that. Cleans up blood. There should have been just like a fucking blood splatter everywhere. And she's just like, oh, what you making? You ever make fucking homemade ice cream? It always looks like fucking sludge. It just never has like the right consistency. Look at this fucking alien. That's psycho. Oh, okay. I was about to say, if this bitch blinks. I think you're a liar. I think you're a fucking reptile, bro. I think you're from another dimension and you're here to eat babies. Oh, what? You see how he smiled when he said baby? Wait a minute. Are you saying so they finally show a black lady and it's showing her not being able to handle her job? She's like, I can't handle my job of talking to these white people all day. These goddamn white people going places and I'm here. Good job. Where is she now? I think she died. I think she had lymphoma, maybe AIDS. Imagine you were like just sitting there and you just saw this lady walking down the street, fucking flicking her hair and walking wobbly and shit. You'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with her? I do. I like watch these commercials and just like I'm standing on the corner watching these people like, what are you doing? What's that lady on? Look at this. It represents us tricking everybody. See, it's that picture right there. I mean, I guess I want to still believe. I just think it's too crazy that we didn't go, but I think we went. I really need to find out if some of this shit is true. Like they said, oh, we destroyed the technology, or we threw away our floppy disks of all the trajectory info. It's just kind of fucking. It's just weird. I want to know if that's fake or not. Because then if it's like, yeah, we didn't go to the moon, and then it's like, well, who were those fucking? Remember those the numbers or figures? There's like a movie called Figures, and it was all about these like black mentat women who were like super smart mathematicians figuring out the shit. So were they not real? I mean, they were real, right? They're not. If we didn't go, then that's kind of bullshit story, huh? It just seems crazy. There's so many people involved that were like that would have had to talk or not talk. It just seems kind of mind baffling. Hey, her. She was a mom in Better Off Dead. Also, when we were going to the moon, when we like took off and went, like the Russians were watching, right? The Russians were watching the whole time. So if at any point we were like, nah, we didn't, we faked it, the Russians would have been like, they're faking it. They're faking it. It's bullshit. They didn't leave orbit, but they were watching. That's my thought on it. And also, it's like I feel like they were just like fucking kind of crazy reckless, just strapping shit to shit and just being like, "Go." I don't know. There's supposed to be some sort of belt of radiation around it that, like, if people were going through, they would have been cooked. But I don't know. I want to know what love is. Whoa, $5, dude. What are you doing? Thank you. What do I think? How bad do you think those tiffs are gonna hit Ethan's cheaply made Chinese toys? Looks like another production delay is inevitable. Yeah, because you know what? I saw somebody recently. It wasn't on Big Bad Toys, but somebody just like canceled a whole line of fucking toys that they were going to do on Kickstarter. Like somebody had like a line of they had gotten the licensing to a bunch of these cool properties and they were going to make toys and they were going to do a Kickstarter to raise the toys and the eventual like numbers was the guy was like, look man, at this point these toys would have cost like $40 each. Now to Ethan's like, yeah, but I think his toys are going to cost more than that. So he's going to be like, look, because of tooling, Cyberfrog toys are now going to be, you know, not $40, but $80 to get made and brought over here. I'm speculating. I don't know. But when I saw other companies like canceling Kickstarter campaigns because of the tariffs, yeah, Ethan's in trouble. And if he's printing over there, he's in trouble. That's what happens, man. He just fucking was took too long. Took too long. That's why it's a good lesson. It's a good lesson. Get your shit done when you know the pricing of the market. I don't know. Fuck. Like let me, you know, I have a book. I'm going to sell it for this. Let me make sure I get it done, but because I know the printing is going to cost this much, and I don't know, man. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, he's that's going to be another problem. But instead of like talking about that, because why would he? He's going to talk about Dan some more, and Dan apologizing, and then him fucking just chewing on that. There's nothing fake about her. I mean, there's nothing real about her. Her whole body's been chopped up. She's like a fucking walking filter. We've all seen what she looked like before her surgeries. She looked like a Riesling monkey. Hairy back, wide nose, flat chest. That is crazy wide ass fucking nose. Now she, you know, she got biggins to cover her trip to the island of Dr. Moreau. So she went from looking like a fucking squirrel to passing for a human on the internet. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I mean, shit, for all we know, it's like, yeah, hey, shit was saved on magnetic discs and stuff, and stuff has deteriorated, or, you know, hey, we put it into storage and it's gotten fucking dry rot. I don't know. I mean, to say that we can't do it now is silly though. Say we've lost technology, I think is hyperbole or hyperbolic. I don't know about awful. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. God awful. Give me a break. It was like groundbreaking. Like it had huge fucking numbers. So she's just I don't know. She's just taking like a little shit take on it. I guess. Dial. Are these still people still alive? I don't know. Maybe put out her calendar on time. Maybe I don't know. She's a fucking weird dumb bitch. I don't like her at all. And it's weird. It's like the whole shit started. It was like she decided to kick it off with me. I like not even had no problems with her, and she decided to like get shitty with me one day in a fucking group chat, and it wasn't even had nothing to do with her. Like it was me and this other guy were going back and forth. He had like Joe Ball was sharing DMs from this group, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, why are you sharing shit and like calling me a racist? Like sharing shit like out of context, you know? Like, why are you calling me a racist?" And like me getting mad, like fucking Anna jumped in. Like Anna had nothing to do with the fucking deal, and she jumped in and was like mad at me, and then leaves the group. And then after that, she's like in PTP's PTP's DM group, and she gets shitty with me and leaves. It was just like, what the fuck? So she just decided to fucking like not like me because I wasn't getting along with Joe Ball, and she's like a big fan of Joe Ball. I guess she was the one who brought in PTP. Like PTP told me that like she's the one who like brought him over and started introducing him to everybody. So I don't know. I probably wouldn't have a problem with her if she hadn't like fucking gotten weird that day. And then, you know, her and PTP, I love illustrations like that. Her and PTP like lying about shit. Like basically Patrick making up shit, including my wife, then DMing that to Anna, and then Anna sending that to Ethan. Like there's just a fucking element of like what the fuck on multiple levels of that. PTP telling somebody that I have fucking like a medical issue that involved me calling my wife when we were hanging out, and we never did. Like I was texting my wife, but I never had to like call her. Not for that, you know. Just go to Nashville, you know, basic shit. And so he was like telling Anna that I had a head wound and that fucking I had to call my wife or something. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but this is the gist is he's like lying to Anna about shit. And at the same time, he was like lying to other people about me. Like Shane and Kelsey and fucking Renee, just like making up fucking insane shit. And the reason why I'm like kind of like fuck you to these people is that none of them were like, "Do you got a receipt for that?" Like if somebody came to me and was like, "Man, Wiggles has like a bunch of fucking email accounts and he's doing all kinds of fucked up shit, and I think he was involved with Dale," I'd be like, "Do you got receipts?" That's fucking. You're like, that's a crazy allegation to Wiggles. Do you got a receipt? Like nobody said that to PTP. They were just like eating it up. So that's fucked up. So he's like telling people crazy fucking lies, then like starts telling Anna fucking lies, and then she just just screen captures it and gives it to Ethan, who then uses it and fucking spreads it around, dude. It's just like, what the fuck? Like how many levels of fucking bullshit is that? First lying, then gobbling it up, then sharing it on online. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Right, Chuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Would or pass?
I don't know.
That was actually Johnny Scab's other.
If I was a new
persona.
CG, I probably would, because you know it's a little thirsty dude Haven over there.
Dude, don't tell me there's fucking Guilfers over there. Are you serious?
I wouldn't doubt. Nothing would surprise me.
Damn, man, these fucking people, dude.
Fuckers.
They could have just stayed in the mainstream.
Yeah, that bullshit that they have going on over there, that is a negative feedback loop that they have going on in New CG. One person decides to hate you, and then they all have to, little mean girls club and descend on you and hate you. And you were talking about people being brought in, that Anna brought in Patrick. She also brought in Eric, by the way.
Yeah, she did.
I don't know if a lot of people remember that or not, but she brought him in. That's how I got introduced to him, because she brought him in onto a stream. I don't remember whose stream it was.
And J Bama too, as well. She was J Bama
Oh,
was like a
that
big.
fucker.
He was a big
Simp.
super chatter on her.
Simp.
Yeah, he was like super chatter on there, and then
Super simp. Yeah.
oh, look at that guy. You recognize him?
I remember this commercial. I think it's for Gas X.
Is it?
Oh no, Alka-Seltzer.
Did you ever eat those as a kid?
No. I know people used to feed them to seagulls.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's really fucked up, because
Really
apparently
mean.
they're like mice in the fact that they can't fart, so it like destroys their insides.
Yeah.
Or they can't, or maybe they just, that was the
I think it's
rumor.
like
It might
seagulls.
just be that they can't eat because the gas expands in their intestines. I
Yeah,
don't know
there's
if they
something
actually
to do
explode
with
or
like
not.
the seagulls or birds like don't like burp or fart or something, and so it
Yeah,
just
they
like
can't. Yeah,
bubbles
they
up
can't.
inside their guts and it ruptures their internals.
That was my understanding. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's actually true or not, or if it just expands and then they can't.
I remember
They
hearing
can't
that,
eat because there's no room
and
in
it was
there.
like, yeah, they die, and I was just remember hearing that as a kid and just being completely
Mhm.
fucking mortified. Like, what?
I've seen people do it. I'm just like, what
Uh,
the fuck are you doing?
That's fucked up.
It's like, stop that shit. I don't like seagulls, but damn.
Yeah, it talks some mad shit, but man, animals. I don't like animal cruelty at all, dude.
Mm-mm. I know my old next door neighbor where I used to live. It'd be the middle of the night, and it'd be rainy and cold as fuck outside, and I could hear his dogs, at least one of them out there, just howling the whole night. I'm like, dude, your dog needs to be put inside. They cannot be outside. It's too damn cold to be out there.
Yeah, we have a dog bed, like in the house, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't have them in the bed with us. They have like their own little, you know.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily have an issue with them being outside, but they need to have some sort of adequate shelter where they can keep themselves warm. And they had
Concur.
nothing out there. At some point, he put like a kennel out there that had some bedding in it, but the kennel wasn't covered. I mean, because it's just a kennel. It's like one of those wire kennels that you can buy at like PetSmart or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they have no protection from the heat. They have no protection from the cold. I'm just like, God, you cannot be leaving them dogs out there like that.
Remember that old commercial where they're like, "Hey, where's that puppy?" And it's like, "Oh, he's outside now." And it just shows this like dog like shivering outside.
Yeah.
What are you doing today? Just hanging?
Yeah, just hanging out. The weather's cooled off, but it's a little too humid right now for me to stay in those shelves. So I'm hoping that it's going to warm up a few degrees, and then that'll drop the humidity a couple points, and I can get out there and at least pre-stain them. It's either been too hot or way too much humidity lately. So
Yeah, it's been like chilly in the mornings and then hot as fuck by midday.
it cooled off pretty well here. We had some rain moving in or around town last night, and I knew there was a front moving in because, well, one, because of my allergies, but the other was because the wind started picking up while I was working out in my yard yesterday. I was redoing the mulch around a couple of the trees in my yard. One I thought had potentially died, and then all of a sudden it just started blooming out of nowhere. So I was like, okay, good, it's not dead. Because anybody has a yard and trees, replacing trees is not an expensive venture.
I asked somebody to come and give me a quote on some tree removal, and it was fucking crazy, dude.
Oh yeah, it's expensive.
And they're not like, hey, like I wanted him to just like chop some trees down and then grind them up. You know, he was like, oh, like I don't need to take the trees away. I'm like, no, you can just grind them up here. He's like, okay, cool. And it was like $3,000
Yep.
for like 6 trees. I was like, man, I'll call you.
Yeah. In the year never.
Yeah, I was like, let me get back to you on that.
Let me see how much a chainsaw costs and to rent a wood chipper.
Yeah, dude. I've got a smaller wood chipper. It's not big enough for like a tree. It's like, shrubs and shit, like maybe branch, you know what I mean? But nothing like bigger than your wrist.
Right. Yeah, it's like
But yeah.
light work.
Yeah. Yeah, light work. And so yeah, I'd like have to rent a bigger one. It kind of make me nervous, dude.
Be cheaper.
It's just the time.
You have to shop it because I know that my dad, he's got a bunch of where he lives. There are a bunch of big trees around their house, and he had to have somebody. He had to bid to have that done, and he looked at several people, and I forget how much or how many he trimmers that he talked to, and he finally found one that was going to do for a price that he was satisfied with. I don't remember how much it was. I don't think it was $3,000 though.
Hey, talk about this lady for 1 second. I'm gonna go downstairs and grab a beverage.
Are these old commercials on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm watching commercials from like the 1980s.
Like a flashback. I thought it was like a Lady Di for a minute or something, except not as attractive.
Look at that eyebrow.
Oh, that was her high school photo.
She's like, look at my eyebrows now. I look like a woman. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go get that chocolate chip cookie. We don't have any here at my house. Man, I don't know. This dude looks familiar, but I can't think of his name. Maybe he was like in Young and the Restless or something. Man, they have some funky commercials from back in the day. CBS, holy shit. I haven't had cable in probably... Ooh, MacGyver. Harry Dean Stanton. I loved MacGyver. I would still watch it. I never watched the new one that they had. I don't think it did very well because I don't even think it's still airing the new one. The old one is. And actually, Az was talking about old shows the other day. He's watching Knight Rider, man. I haven't watched Knight Rider in ages. This isn't even the good Pepto-Bismol commercial. They used to have the one where the people were like holding their stomach and their butt and something in a Pepto-Bismol. That was the good Pepto-Bismol commercial. It made me laugh. But no, Az was talking about watching all TV shows. He's watching Knight Rider. I thought, man, you know what I should watch that I really liked when I was a kid? An old TV show. I liked Knight Rider too, but it was Airwolf with Jan Michael Vincent. Because Lord knows a lot of the programming we grew up with in the 80s, hell, even the 90s and the early aughts was better than probably at least 95% of the bullshit that's on TV now. But I don't even have cable anymore. I haven't had cable in nearly a decade now. It was too fucking expensive. What the damn? You see the gapper on that chick? She could have eaten a fence through a picket fence. I mean, an apple through a picket fence. Ewoks. Man, Ewoks were lame. That's one of the things that I didn't like about old school Star Wars. I didn't think the Ewoks were cool. I thought they were goofy. Oh man, I miss the old school NFL. Back before they got all the players got all political. What the fuck did I say? Did I say his name was Dick Slap? Hold up. I have no control of this stream. I'm gonna have to go to my other window. Let me rewind that. I swear it said his name was Dick Slap. Oh, it was just the way it blended into the screen. It's Dick Shap. I swear to God, it said his name was Dick Slap. Even if it was an CH, Dick Schlap. I swear it said Dick Slap. That's fucking funny. Ooh, spooky, spooky. American Express. They used to do really good commercials for American Express. I don't even know if they do anymore. Because again, I don't have TV. I mean, I own a TV, but I watch streaming stuff on it and I have my PlayStation and stuff. Those are some nice looking towels. Are those towels? Oh, were they pillows? What the fuck were they? Mervin's, holy shit. I don't even think Mervin's is around anymore. Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I was gonna say. I was just about before you were going. Ooh, I was gonna say, man, is this the Fall Guy? Yeah, it is. Fall Guy was a cool show.
It was.
They tried to bring it back, but I don't think it made it.
They tried to bring it back with Ryan Gosling, didn't they?
I don't know who it was, to be honest with you. I was just talking to chat. I haven't had TV in almost a decade. I own a TV, but I watch streaming stuff on it, and I use my PlayStation on it. But I haven't had cable TV in at least since 2016. Maybe earlier than that. Maybe 2014, 2015 when they brought broadband to my neighborhood. The fiber optic.
Yeah. We got cable. Well,
yeah. Cable's expensive, so I dropped it. I haven't had it.
It's expensive. Forever. But it came with a plan. Mm-hmm. Like the internet, cable, and phone or whatever that we don't use. But my father-in-law watches golf, so.
Yeah, Sam, we used to have a package like that, but the thing is we never used the phone. So we eventually got rid of the phone, and then we eventually went just down to
the internet.
The internet, and then we had the internet for a long time, and then we went to we just finally switched providers entirely when we moved, because I moved 2 years ago. Thereabouts. That's what I was saying. My closet here at the house. I mean, I know you said you and your wife have separate closets. We have one big closet, and it's probably might be the size of your two closets combined. I mean, you could practically live in the closet that I have in my house.
Yeah, I could turn my closet into a small office if I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily turn. Yeah, if you took the shelves out of my office, or hell, even if you left them up.
I filled it up though. I have all my camping shit in there, all my backpacks and stuff.
Oh, I haven't filled mine up. I mean, we have stuff on there, and once I finally get all the stuff put away in there, you'll have a bunch of room to walk in there. I mean, you'll have at least 6 feet straight down the middle that you can walk. Not end to end, but from side to side. End to end, I would say that closet's probably at least, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20 feet long. It's a big ass closet. Yeah, that was one of the definite selling features of the house. Although the one thing they are missing is, for whatever reason, these newer houses, They're not building them with linen closets, and I don't mean like a closet. I mean no linen closets at all. Nothing.
No.
None. A lot of these newer houses out where I live.
I
We
think we
looked at
have
a lot of
a.
them, and I think one of the houses, the one that we really liked, but or two of them that we really liked, uh, they were just too expensive.
Yeah, I think we got a closet out in the hallway. I'm assuming that's. Well, I mean, that's what's in there. Is
I have
fucking.
we have like a regular closet, like an entryway closet in our house. That's it. That's the only closet that they have in there, other than the master bedroom closet and the bedroom closets. There's no linen closet in the house at all.
So do you just watch everything that you watch on the internet, or?
hmm So I watch YouTube and stuff on the internet, and uh, I have a Samsung smart TV. Actually, both my TVs are Samsung smart TVs, and Samsung has a free IPTV service that they offer
Mm-hmm.
that you can watch like lot of old programming. So
Mm.
there's a lot of old stuff you can watch on there. Like they have a channel dedicated to Bob Ross. They have a channel dedicated to Doctor Who.
Yeah, I think we have something like that with our smart TV downstairs. There's like a whole like free shit that you could watch, and like it
hmm
lets you get to like live news and stuff.
If it's a Samsung, it's probably their IPT service, their TV Plus, which is actually really good.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I watch a lot of stuff on there. And then
What
they
do
have
you
stuff
watch?
on you.
Do you have Disney?
Yeah, yeah, not because I want it, but yes.
You don't have to be, dude. I have Disney Plus. Don't have to be ashamed. You don't have to like
Oh no,
pretend you
it's
don't
not
have it,
that.
because
It's
I'll be
just
like, yo, man, do you have Disney? And some people are like, no, I don't have Disney. And then they get all air. They're like, yeah, I do have Disney because.
yeah, no. I'm not. It's not like any. I don't care what people think. Is like I would prefer not to have it, but it's not up to me.
Mm. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. Yeah, I'm just wondering if did you watch any of Daredevil, the new Daredevil?
No, I heard it started out really well, but I heard it's kind of fallen off a cliff. So I'm like, oh, that's disappointing.
Look at this, dude. You're like making little gifts and shit.
Yeah, what I have heard is is that they're basically wasting Charlie Cox and D'Onofrio. That the storytelling is just it's not there. That they've gone ideological
Mm,
to some degree. I've heard the original series is really good.
yeah, I'm watching the new season. I'm like
I've
watching it as it
I've heard the
comes
one
out.
worth watching is the original season that they had.
The first season is really solid. The first season's really solid. I mean, this recent one, um, I don't know why they call it Born Again, because it's not really leaning into the storyline. Like there's not a lot of like
No,
Catholic,
they're
Catholicism. There's
leading
not a
off
lot
from
of
like
like
that.
that. But
Yeah, they're leading off. They're like tying into that movie or whatever. Echo, I think. Think
they
that's
haven't
what they're
even
tied
mentioned
into,
her.
something like that. If I would profess to be an
They,
expert on it because I don't watch this shit.
yeah, I mean, I've been watching it because and they haven't mentioned. Well, they make like a reference to like what's his name getting shot, by Echo, but there's no other than
Yeah,
that. Like it doesn't really
Kingpin.
say anything. Um, there's like a some dude who's like an artist, Muse. I don't know. In the comic books, Muse has, I don't know if it's an ability, but it's like he's invisible to Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
But in the show, he's just a fucking he's just a serial killer without any. There's no specialties about him at all. Well, I don't know. So like somehow Fisk is now the
Right.
mayor of New York, and he's getting rid of vigilantes, and he's pushing back on vigilantes, and he's gathering a squad of like dirty cops as his like vigilante team. So he's like getting his own like enforcer squad out of the police department. Um, I don't know. The first episode, it definitely, you could tell that it had Disney money involved.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was
Yeah.
like suddenly there was like a whole bunch of like CGI Daredevil swinging around and shit, you know, and you were just like, oh, they got money for that now. So I wasn't opposed to it, but it made me think of the Ben Affleck Daredevil when I was watching.
Yeah.
You remember that, the Ben Affleck Daredevil, where it had like the little like CGI Ben Affleck like doing flips and shit over stuff?
Yeah. I've
It
never
kind of looked like that.
seen all the movie. I've seen bits
Oh,
and pieces
really?
of it, but I've never watched it.
Oh shit! I saw it in a
Dude,
movie theater, dude.
and honestly, well, that, and that's the thing is that I've been so checked out on mainstream Marvel and DC for a long time, and anything kind of even tangentially related to it, I just don't give a shit.
Uh-uh. Yeah, I liked Marvel for a while, man. But what the fuck is this? This is like they're riding around on dino bones,
Yeah, I
and
think I
then they turn
remember.
into
I
vehicles.
remember these. I don't remember what they're called, but I remember them. We had some really cool toys in the 80s, and then we had some really goofy ones too.
Yeah, this is some crazy shit. Bone
Stone
Age.
Age, yeah. I remember them. I just didn't remember what they were called.
I don't ever recall seeing that shit. Was this Brave Star? Oh shit! It's plugging in.
Yeah, I'm trying to even think of the last Marvel comic that I even bought. Oh, well,
The last floppy? I don't know. It's
yeah,
been years.
I was buying
No.
Ultimate Spider-Man because I heard it was good,
Mm-hmm.
and then I've heard that since I remember these.
I'm a
I
fuckhead. I bought the Wolverine, the Greg Capullo Wolverine. I bought an issue like within the last 6 months. I like went and
Mhm.
picked up an issue just to check it out, you know.
Yeah, but before Ultimate Spider-Man, the last Marvel thing that I bought was Black Widow No Restraints Play by Saska
Mm.
Sisters, which is actually really fucking good.
I want to like this stuff. Like I went and saw Captain America. I went and saw the Falcon movie, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I
Captain
want
Black
to like
American
I
Falcon
go to
Man or
see it. I
whatever.
want to
Yeah.
love it. Yeah, but
I heard it was shit.
it it felt like I was watching a condensed edit of a TV series.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like I felt like I was watching the first,
We had a Captain
middle,
America
and
movie without.
last
I've
episode
seen
of it.
clips and stuff of it, and then the consensus the consensus is basically that it's Captain America movie without Captain America in it.
Yeah,
It doesn't even feel like Captain America. And what I've seen from the clips and different people describing, I'm just like, yeah, I have no interest.
it's like it just seems like the second season to the Falcon show.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could have made it Falcon Winter Soldier
Well,
season 2,
that's kind of like what they've
and
been doing. That's kind of been their MO, is that they're just
they made it
tying
into a
into this
movie.
shit they already have, and they're just not doing it well at all. The
You
one
see
that
all
I
the
want to go
people they
see
have for
is
Doomsday? They got a fuck ton of people coming in for Doomsday.
yeah, I saw the chair stream.
Ryan, like they got even like Hugh Jackman is supposed to be in it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Not enthusiastic about it. We'll see.
I'm still a little like why with the casting of Doctor Doom. Like there's
Yeah.
just like a fuck ton of actors in Hollywood who are just like throwing their hands up. You know what I mean? Just like what the fuck?
I mean,
Like you had 20
I
years
like
as
RD
fucking Tony Stark. Like
yeah,
let
I
somebody
like
else have a fucking
RDJ, but
crack.
Doctor Doom I just don't. Victor Von Doom, I don't see it, dude. I don't see it at all.
I don't
mean,
know what I
I haven't
see,
really
to be honest.
seen him RDJ really play anybody evil. I don't know. I mean, he may end up surprising us, but I don't know. I liked him. I liked him in the Sherlock Holmes movies. I thought those were pretty funny. Those were pretty good with Jude
Yeah,
Law.
well, he was evil in My Science Project, right? Was he like a shitty high school bully in My Science
I
Project
don't even know if I've ever seen that.
with Kelly LeBrock?
Oh, in that's Weird Science.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah,
Was
Weird
he in that?
Science. Yes. He was one of the shitty high school guys.
Fuck, dude, you got me. I don't remember him even being in there. I remember a lot of the other people in that movie. I don't remember him being in there. I know it's Anthony Michael Hall and that other dude whose name I can't escapes me.
Yeah, the other guy kind of fucking disappeared, didn't he?
Him and then the only other guy who, God, fuck's his name? He's passed away now. The guy who played Chet. He was also in Twister, which is actually one of my favorite
Paxton.
movies. Yeah, Bill Paxton.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Paxton's passed away probably like
Yeah.
5-6 years ago at least. Sucks because I really liked him. I liked him in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and he was the last shit that he was doing was Marvel stuff.
Was
Did you
it?
know that?
What
Yeah.
did they finish it or he passed while they were working on
No,
it?
I think he finished it. It was on the show. He was like an agent of Shield.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Yeah. No, I thought he was really good.
And
I
I
haven't even
think
watched that.
he like I haven't either. I saw like clips of it and stuff.
The
You
new
know,
one, Twisters. Yeah. Which is supposedly kind of unrelated. It's just basically like another installment, but it's intentionally supposed to be different people. I don't even know that it's in the same place or something like that. I know
mean, it
it's on
makes
streaming. I
sense.
haven't watched it though.
Twisters.
Yeah, it's
You know what
Twister.
I mean, like it's like aliens. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not against that. I heard it was decent. And honestly, within the last year, I've been to the movie theater more times than I've been in the last decade.
Wow.
Only because they had some good stuff they had some good stuff coming out. They had Godzilla -1, which I really liked. I went and saw The Wild Robot, which I thought was really good with my wife.
Mm.
And then Nosferatu, which was fucking killer.
You know what, man? I finally saw that. I was like putting it off.
What did
Putting
you think of it?
Putting it off. It stuck with me.
Yeah, it's good, right?
It stuck with me.
Yeah.
Because it was like, if you watch it, because I've watched it like 3 times, dude. And it's he vignette shit.
Yeah.
There's a lots of like either profiling, like two characters talking in profile, or directly straightforward.
No, the
you know what I'm saying? There's like this
was top notch, dude. I mean, it was very much like
and it's very
you were drawn
planned
into the storytelling aspect of it, like you were there actually a party to the conversation.
Yeah, and it's like everything was very. I mean, like it was planned, but everything was very like stylized, planned. Like not a lot of like,
but not in a cheesy
stuff.
way though.
No. Because at first I was like,
why
does he keep doing these fucking shots? Right? At first I was like, why does he keep doing these like vignette looking shots? Like, why is he making everything look like it's on a play or a single stage? You know what I mean? That's the kind of vibe I was getting. It was just like everybody's standing straight forward, looking right at you, straightforward, right at you. Oh, we got 2 people, then they're face to face. You know,
it worked for the movie though.
It worked. Yes, it makes sense.
If it had been any other movie, I don't know that that would have worked so well.
I don't think it would have made sense. Really no, yeah, and then him, like I was like, oh, what kind of fucking weird shit. But then like that first interaction with him is fucking so cool, dude.
Yeah.
You know, when he's at the table and shit, leave your conveniences. It's
and they were very a real air of mystique there because you couldn't see the guy's face, so you had no idea what he even looked like for at least almost the first half of the movie. You practically didn't even know what
because he's wearing like this like cloak. He's like being lit from behind.
Right. He's always
so you're just getting these like silhouettes.
He's in the shadows, but I mean that's the thing is that Dracula, as we've seen him portrayed kind of more in modern cinema, and I don't even mean modern as in the 2000s. I mean even back before that. He wasn't necessarily as mysterious, and as much as I like Christopher Lee as Dracula, I mean Dracula was really kind of more front and center. He really had more where they really focused on him. He wasn't really kind of receded into the shadows like this mysterious character.
Yeah. Well, this
Like he
was
like he
definitely,
was
this
way back
wasn't
in the
just like,
day.
I mean, this was like something else. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
well, he was a vampire, yeah, but there was something more to this Nosferatu.
Right.
I
And they
feel
didn't
like,
go
you
for
know.
the they didn't really go for the gore factor, but they didn't need it though.
No, there was like a couple of moments of gore, and that was enough for the whole movie.
Right.
Which is very that Edgar guy's fucking thing. Is like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you some fucking gore, but like it won't be a lot.
But as weird as it sounds, it was very tastefully done, I guess is the word that I want to say, where they didn't go overboard, but you didn't need to go overboard because
Yeah.
you had the build up. The only kind of complaint that that I have with the movie
Oh,
is
I
that
had these.
the
I
ending is
had
a
these
little
motherfuckers.
anticlimactic,
Yeah.
but it wasn't a terrible.
Dude.
It wasn't a
The
terrible
dude
ending,
had like somebody called the movie like the worst case of post cum clarity. Yeah, because the whole time it's like, I will fuck you.
That's
I
funny
need to
for people
fuck
who have
you.
seen the movie. That's funny.
It totally makes sense, right? Because as soon as he
Yeah.
like fucking like he's like banging her or whatever,
Mhm.
he's like drinking
What-
off of her,
yeah,
and he's
whatever
like,
he's
"Oh
doing.
fuck, here comes the sun," and she's
Yep.
like, "Nah, I want some more. I need more." He's like, "Okay,
Yeah.
I'll give you some more. Here we
Right.
go," and then fucking the sun.
And then he
That was
looks
really
up and
dope. I
and then he
thought
looks
the
up
ending
and
of it was,
evaporates. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I thought that was really dope. Like him just like draining all the fluids out of his body. You know what I mean? And just like
yeah.
turning into this like husk. And I like how like the final shot of him as a husk was just like the wood drawing, like the wood
Mhm.
print drawing, you know, of this
Right.
like fucked up skeleton. I thought that was rad. There's just a bunch of shit that I was like, what the fuck? But you could like see him, like even when he's in the shadows in the beginning, you could like there's like close up of his eyes that are kind of cool,
Mhm.
and you can see like his nose. You know what I mean? You can tell he's got this giant fucking like white beak of a nose. That was kind of cool. It's just really cool. Like even in the shadows, there was like little parts of him that you could like kind of make out. You know, what the fuck is this
And
kid
I thought,
making? That's dope.
yeah, and I thought everybody did a good. I thought everybody did a good job in the movie, but Lily Rose Depp stole the fucking show.
Yeah, with the whole tongue thing, she's like,
Well, just the fact where she's there on the ground and she's convulsing and stuff. I mean, I was like, wow.
yeah. I've been,
I mean,
you
I'd
know,
never seen. Apparently, she'd done other work, but I'd never seen her before. I didn't even know that his daughter was in film doing movies and
I
stuff.
saw her in a Kevin Smith movie. That's the only other movie that I've
I
seen her
haven't
in was
watched
a Kevin Smith
since
movie.
probably
Yeah, nah.
Mallrats.
It
I
was
think
a dog shit
Mallrats was the
movie.
last thing I've ever seen that he did. I
Yeah,
never
you're not
watched
missing out.
Tusk, and I mean, I know that it exists, but I never watched Tusk and that other movie. Or no, actually, what came after something else came after Mallrats was the.
I want to be paid in constructs from now on.
I had constructs as a kid. I remember.
Yeah,
those.
me too. Now
What
I'm
was
looking.
the
I'm like,
in
they
rector
were
sets? Did you have
fucking
rector
dope.
sets when you were a kid?
Was it the metal ones?
Mm-hmm.
Nah. I just had
Yeah,
constructs.
I had those. I had a couple different sets of those.
But I had a fuck ton of constructs. Now I'm like, wow. I'm like, yeah, I remember that.
Dogma. Dogma was the last movie I saw that he did because Dogma was after Mallrats, if I remember right.
Yeah.
One of the last, good movies that he did, in my opinion. After that, I didn't really care.
He did a horror movie called oh my god, look, Chris Starr. I love that guy. It was like a religious movie about like a cult. And these guys that had like taken they like saw an ad to get hookups and like went and met this chick, and they ended up being like sacrifices for like a Christian church or something. And like there's finally like one guy who's like alive, and suddenly like these horns start blaring, and they're like, oh my god, it's the fucking, it's the trumpets of heaven have finally opened up, kind of a thing. But like there's it's like, weed growers from down the street or something have like turned on their, it's like this whole fucking thing. But like it's kind of a gnarly movie. You're like, oh, this is gnarly. Like it's not like waka 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 dick jokes. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it's like him like trying to be like psychological in a way, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Red State,
The la-
maybe.
the last the last thing I don't maybe the last thing I know of that he did was that terrible Motu series. It was just like fuck, dude.
He did the He-Man shit too, I think.
That's what I'm talking about, Motu.
Oh, okay.
Masters of the Universe. Yeah, I was just like,
Oh, okay. So
no, I'm good. Just give me the old one. Fuck this shit. I didn't watch the one, but I saw uh I saw the stuff that they were like the intro trailer stuff where they were gonna do it, and then I've seen clips of a lot of the episodes, and I'm just like, yeah,
yeah, no thanks.
mm-mm.
I gotta be honest. As a little kid, I was balls deep into those fucking action figures. But
Mm-hmm.
like I was a big fan of the comic books that
I had
came with them.
Transformers. That's mainly what I had. The like as far as action figures when I was a kid, I had Transformers and Star Wars.
Yeah, I had started off with some Master
Oh, and some
Universe,
GI Joe.
Star Wars, but mostly I would say my shit was mostly like once I was like peak like toy buying age, it was like Star Wars and GI Joes. Like Star Wars vehicles, Star Wars play sets, but like GI Joe figures going into that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd put Beachhead into my fucking X-wing. Because you could bend their legs and shit. The fucking Star Wars figures sucked.
They have him in a current issue of GI Joe, and I'm actually going to talk about that in a video. Yeah, I was like, I picked it up because I thought that it was interesting to talk about it, but that's all I can really say about it right now. I'm kind of like,
Who's in GI Joe?
Beachhead.
Oh, that's right. Yo, I saw your boy Zach do a Beachhead review recently.
I have not. That one. I have not seen his review, and I'm not gonna watch.
I haven't either. I haven't watched
I'm
that
not
one
gonna.
either.
Not.
Yet.
I mean, I don't want to derail, but
No.
I'm going to talk about it, what I think of about it, and I don't want it tainted by anybody else's thoughts on the matter. So I haven't. Whether I'll watch it or not, I will probably watch just to compare. I mean, at least hopefully he hasn't gone off the rails on the comic book stuff. Although I think it's a little bit too late to try to pull a 180 and recover from the bullshit he's been doing for the last year. I think he's pretty much kind of fucked personally.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because it didn't have to go down that way. I mean, I think he was taking a little bit too much advice from Evan there, or whatever was going on, whether it was direct or if it was just by still being tangentially related to Evan being within his orbit or whatever. But I was just like, dude, this is not this is not the road you want to go down.
Yeah.
Because Evan has managed to still survive in spite of himself somehow. Not because of.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the end for Evan or not. You know what I mean? I mean he needs to get his stuff out, but if he's able to like transition into just being a YouTuber, he's only done 2 books in 8 years. I mean,
it just kind of seems that's the route he's taken. So he might as well just do it and just say fuck it with the comic books altogether. And then
nobody would be like, fuck you, if he was like, yeah, I'm retiring from comic books. I'm now doing other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That would almost be more respectful.
Yeah, and at least get out what he has received backer money for.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you still give a fuck about that. But I mean, I guess if you're going to completely abandon, comic books and a comic book audience, then I guess it doesn't fucking matter.
He doesn't really care. But I mean, like I'm
Sure
working
doesn't
on
seem
Rock
that
and
way,
Roll
does it?
Ninja, the sequel to Rock and Roll Ninja right now, and that's gonna get done before we announce it.
Ooh, I had these
Yeah, me too.
Enertech. Those were cool.
Yeah, dude.
That's the
I
one I
remember
had too.
riding around on my BMX and
That
like
submachine
resting.
gun. That submachine gun was the one that I had.
Yeah, the fucking the Tech 9. Yeah, I
Mhm.
remember like riding around on my BMX bike and like resting it on the front handlebars, you know? Just
Yeah,
fucking
I didn't have the pistol or the RPG or the like the M16 or whatever. I didn't have
Mhm.
those. I just had the submachine gun.
Yeah, a couple kids
I don't know
probably got
whatever
fucking
happened to that.
blasted.
I think it. I don't remember if it broke or what happened to it.
I like that guy's jacket. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. And actually, in my neighborhood, I was like one of the few kids that even had one. I don't think I remember anybody ever having one. Just me.
Yeah, I don't remember
They
anybody
had
having
all the
one.
rest
I
of them
just
all
had
had
one.
like those regular like I don't know stuff that you buy at Walmart or whatever. Not that there's anything wrong with those little, inexpensive water guns. Some of those inexpensive water guns are pretty good actually, and they're a lot less expensive than those Enertech ones ever were.
Yeah, I don't think Intertech is around anymore, right?
I don't believe so. Man, I remember that cartoon. I used to watch that.
It was an odd thing, you know, as a kid being like the Ghostbusters and then the
Mhm.
real Ghostbusters. But then it was like, no, these
Right.
were the Ghostbusters before. You know what I mean? It was just like,
Mhm.
what? Remember Sam Hain from the Ghostbusters cartoon?
Mhm.
That was the guy with the pumpkin head. That shit was dope.
Right.
That's kind of cool.
And they were talking about on there. Who was talking about? Somebody was talking about it on X the other day. I forget who it was, but they were talking about Don Bluth and Dragon's Lair. And I remember playing the video game and watching the cartoon as a kid. I loved that cartoon.
Yeah, we were talking about Putt Putt, right?
We were talking, maybe been somebody that tagged in on that conversation that ended up talking about it. But I've seen somebody where like they want like kind of like a whole paragraph or two
Oh
on. They were
shit.
talking about Don Bluth and stuff. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah,
It
I
might have been tied
remember
into
like
that.
seeing. Yeah, like as a kid, I didn't know. You know, nobody called it mini golf.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we called it putt putt. Even
Right.
even other places that weren't
It
putt
was
putt.
miniature. It was miniature golf, but it was everybody says, "Oh, we're gonna go play putt putt." Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't remember
like if you
remembering
went to
anybody saying
another
miniature golf.
state, you know
It
what
was
I mean?
putt
It would
putt.
be like another state with like the safari and like all kinds of shit. But like it was still called putt putt. But
Mm-hmm.
like the putt putt we had all the mini golf shit, but it had some of the best and newest video games. Like you would go there and like they had Dragon's Lair when it first came out, and
They had like a two. They had like a two tiered uh floor in the at the putt putt I had. So basically, kind of like how back in the 70s and stuff, they used to do like a sunken living room.
mm-hmm.
That's kind of how their setup was in a way, and they had video games all through that thing. I mean, they easily
Yeah,
had. Jesus, if I had to guess, I'd say they had at least 50 machines. It might have been more.
mm-hmm.
I mean, it was just the machines were not quite right next to each other. You had a little bit of space, so people could kind of stand there, especially like for two-player games.
Yeah.
But no, it was like wall to wall games in there, and that was hands down the best arcade ever when I was a kid. Nobody else even came close to that. Not Chuck E. Cheese, not if they had video games like at a amusement parks like Six Flags. No way. Putt Putt was the undisputed champ of a shit ton of video games in one place, and a lot of the popular ones for that matter.
Yeah, that
I
was
mean,
where I saw all the newest shit.
so you had everything. You had Zuvius and Dig Dug and Centipede and Karate Champ,
Space Ace, remember Space Ace came?
Space Ace. Yep.
Like the idea, did they ever like do a full like? They could probably do Dragon's Lair right now and make it look exactly like the animation, but still have it 3D.
I think people would dig it if they did it, man. Because you
Yeah,
don't even necessarily have to have new properties. You have to just have something good.
yeah. Like I play Fortnite. Don't get mad. Don't say anything. But like,
Why? What's wrong with
they're
Fortnite?
nothing. Some people are like Fortnite. What the fuck?
I mean,
So
I get where
it,
people kind of have their
yeah,
issues where they think maybe it's like it's a little goofy or a little childish. I'm just like, why are you up your own ass? Just
yeah.
have,
Get
have
off my
fun.
dick.
Have fun. You'll live longer. You'll enjoy life more. Just fucking get over it. Maybe
It's
the
relaxing.
animation,
I get on
maybe the
there. I look
yeah,
like Black Manta.
yeah,
So
maybe
like my
the
point
animation
is,
style isn't everybody's thing, but it's a fun game and the
yeah,
mechanics are solid.
yes.
So what the fuck
So
do you want?
yeah, thank you. So like they have some characters on there that are like cell shaded looking.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like my
They've been they've
character
been they've been
is
really smart with with their character design
oh
choices, the things
fuck
that they
yeah,
want
dude.
to adapt and bring into the series. I think it's a really good thing that they're doing with the game, and
Mhm.
they've kept it fresh.
Yeah. So when I see something in there, I think about stuff like Dragon's Lair, where I'm like, oh, well, I see that they got characters that look cell shaded, completely
Hmm.
3D, but still, they got this like animated look to them. It's like
There's one guy
would
on
love a fucking
Twitter.
Dragon's Lair
He's
game.
Yeah, there's one guy that's on X, and he's Japanese that I follow, and who follows me, and I love his cell art. He does Transformers. And his cell art is amazing. I first saw him, and I'm not even sure how I ended up coming across his stuff, but he did this badass Devastator cell art piece, and I wanted to buy it, but it was a commission.
Did he do stuff for Last of the Seekers?
No, but I suggested it to Patrick. I was like, dude, if you're looking for somebody to do like Transformer stuff, you need to check this guy out
Because
because
I
this
saw
guy is
some
freaking
artwork that he
badass.
got from somebody that is like it looked like it was painted on plastic. Like it looked like cell art.
Yeah,
It should look
I think
fucking
I've
dope.
seen
I
that.
was
I
like,
don't know. I don't recall it
damn.
being the same guy, but that doesn't mean it isn't. I don't think it is.
Not that I didn't give a fuck about my interior pages, but like seeing that, I was like, oh
Hmm.
shit, let me fucking
I bought that
let
book.
me let me give a fuck. Did you?
Yeah, I own it.
I never got a copy.
Both covers actually because I liked both covers. So I bought
Dope.
both covers. I have the toy. To be honest, I'm sorry, Patrick, but it's still in a box. I've been busy. Some have been in a box because I don't give a fuck. Like I was talking on Raptor Stream, a lot of the CG stuff I still have in the Geminis that came in because I just don't care about them anymore. It took me forever to get them, and then of course new CGs in the state is I just don't give a shit. But Patrick's I just haven't gotten to. I've been trying to work on how you can see all this stuff behind me. This office is not fully organized, and
Yeah.
just between work and life and stuff, I just I've been slowly chipping away at it. But no, I thought what he did was pretty good. Just from what I saw, like on the I guess the mock-ups or whatever on the campaign, I thought the toys looked pretty decent. I mean, and people were saying, well, they're kind of cheap looking and stuff. I'm like, guys, he's not going for like this modern, refined look. He's going back. This is retro.
Hmm.
So if you want to get an idea what this is, you need to go back and look at the toys that myself and Patrick and a lot of other people grew up with. That's what the toys look like. That's the look he's going for.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are some issues there.
Dude, my is yeah. I mean, that's why I'm not shitting on it. Like my issues with Patrick wasn't with Last of the Seekers. I mean,
Yeah,
it was other shit.
it's personal shit. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And
It
I'm
was
only
personal
vaguely
shit.
familiar with it from the stuff that you've talked about. So I mean, and I know people kind of really want to get on, are interested in being in these camps, and I just like, man, I can't really jump in there because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Like I'm cool as far as I know. I mean, I'm cool with you. I just
Yeah.
it's I can't really have. I mean, I can have an opinion,
Absolutely.
but it's not a very informed opinion because I'm not knowledgeable on subject. It doesn't involve me, so I can't get emotionally invested in it. It's not to my benefit.
So, as quickly as I can, we started talking and hanging out, and there was a lot of like shit talking, and
Because that's what guys do.
yeah, I'd be like talking shit about whoever I was beefing with, and then he would like, be adding into it, and I don't know. I mean, there were at one point there was like he had a show, and it was like we're talking about comics or something, and like he didn't want to do it anymore, or was like
Laser
I gotta
tag.
postpone it. And it was like me, him, and Kelsey,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like, I'm gonna postpone it. I was like, well, can I have it on my channel? And he was
Man, we were
like,
talking
no.
about Kelsey too last night. Man, I miss Kelsey. I'm being on stuff, man.
Yeah,
Kelsey was funny.
yeah.
I
Me
mean,
and
I'm sure
Kelsey
he's
used to be
still
cool.
funny. He's just not. But I don't blame him. Kelsey just wanted to fucking draw and do his thing, man. He didn't want to deal with all the bullshit, and I respect
Yeah.
that.
So like we're hanging out, and then I'm just like I'm not. I don't know. I'd have to like go back, but I was like, hey man, I'm not gonna do anything else with you. Like if you're not gonna like let me do shit on my own, then I'm gonna go ahead and go do my own shit. Like if you're not gonna let me do a show, then I'm gonna go make up my own show.
Well, I mean, if you want, the thing is, if you wanted a boss, you'd quit doing comics and you just go get a fucking regular job.
Yeah. So
That's why you do That's why you do what you do, because you didn't want a fucking boss, and I
and we
totally
like
understand that.
and we had talked about, and like we were gonna like, it wasn't even like all right, fuck you. Like it wasn't like that at all. Like
Mhm.
I was like I wasn't really liking where things were going with Patrick, right? And so I was
Mhm.
like, hey, after Last of the Seekers, I'm not gonna do anything with you.
Right. So just I
Because
mean,
we had like been talking about like
keeping it professional though, being just being civil.
keeping it professional, but also just like, man, I'm not gonna be your artist. Like I'm like, I don't want to do anything else with you if you're not doing certain things for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna work on your Silverhawk book. Nobody had started anything on it. Like he has just been like was talking about it and was like asking me if I wanted to work on it. And I said I
could be
would.
wrong. Haven't they done Silverhawks?
Yeah, but it was like a ripoff Silverhawks.
Mm,
Because he
I got
had
you.
the guy that he knew in China had the molds, so they were just going to
Oh,
put in like,
the toys.
yeah, so they were going to make a Silverhawk.
I thought you meant a book, because I was like, I'm pretty sure they.
No, they were going to do both.
They were gonna do.
But it was
both.
going to be
Okay.
called something else. Like it was a
Well,
Silverhawk
sure.
ripoff.
Yeah, I mean, was it going to be a
right?
parody or what?
No, it was going to be a legit like
Somewhat
adventure
similar,
thing.
kind of similar to Last of the Seekers.
Yes,
basically in those
as
veins, but not
as Last of the Seekers.
Not the same art style, and not the same story, obviously.
But the same fucking toy model, like the same toy mold. So imagine if like, you were given a Silverhawk toy and you gave it to two different people and they both came up with a different storyline. That's basically what you're dealing with.
Right.
One of the storylines was the actual storyline, and then the other one is what Patrick makes up based off of just looking at the toy mold. So they had
Silverhawk toys. Not
the company
I
that
thought they were cool. I never had any though.
Yeah, the company that he had done the other stuff with, they had done Silverhawk toys for a little bit, so they had the molds, and so it was like, okay, well, instead of silver plastic, we'll put purple, and then we'll put a cape on them, and instead of a white face or a white guy's face, we'll put in like a blue face. Right. So the guy was going to have a blue face and have like a purple suit and shit or something like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it was all based on a pre-existing Silverhawk figure that was going to get repainted. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to work on that. And he was like, all right, cool, all right. And like he went to several people and like told them that I was quitting a project like midway, and that I was like fucking up his scheduling and shit.
You're like, bitch,
And
we haven't even started it. What the fuck you talking
dude,
about?
right? And I was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, dude, we hadn't even fucking started. Like, dude, you don't even have a script for it, dude. Like, what
Yeah,
do you?
this
How am
is
I
just
fucking up your?
we're just like throwing out ideas here. This is just like a
Yeah,
brainstorming.
I had like not even drawn anything about it. So, but it's like, and
Well,
then
see,
I like
because
started
but the
finding out
thing is
he
that
told Shane.
we
He
know
told Shane
anybody
that I
who
walked
has any
off.
sense knows it's bullshit because I didn't even know he was thinking about doing that.
Well, he didn't. He wasn't telling people what the projects were. He was just going, "Yeah, Matt Barr walked
I
off on a
know. So,
project."
but that's exactly my point. How can you say that you quit in the middle of it? Middle of it means that you've even started it and you're part way through
Exactly.
it.
Exactly, dude.
So you're part way through the idea process. That's not even halfway through the project, in my opinion.
So, like, he had
Not my
told
understanding of
Shane
how
this.
projects work.
He told Kelsey this, right? So I was like, "What the fuck?" You know, he told
Why is he trying
Renee
to
this. I was,
why is
yeah,
he trying to kneecap you though? How does that benefit him? Because you could always change your mind and decide you want to work with him on something else later on. But if you do that, then there's no incentive for you to ever touch him again in terms of his work.
yeah. And that's when
That's
I
that's
found that out,
counterproductive.
I like flipped my lid. I was like, "What the fuck are you fucking doing, dude?" And also, unfortunately, Kelsey was like, "Man, I don't want to get involved in this."
Hmm.
I was like, "All right, man." And then he went and like streamed with PTP, and I was like, "Okay, gotcha." So a lot of people like picked PTP and like went on his side. And then a couple of months
Yeah,
later, like it got shown that like what a fucking like piece of shit he is, anyways.
I never. I mean,
It's unfortunate that I like worked
post,
with these people. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like I
post
wish I
new C
hadn't.
post new CG. I just I have I had my experience with it, and I learned rather quickly. It's like, man, you just like can't trust any of these mofos. Anything that they say, it's all fucking mean girl. He said, she said, rumor mill bullshit about it. It's just then that's where we came up with that crabs in a bucket meme.
Mm-hmm.
When I started memeing crabs in a bucket because that's what they were. I'm just like, guys, that's why are y'all doing this? This isn't healthy. This isn't productive. It's it's dividing the fans because a lot of people unfortunately are tribalistic, especially on the fucking internet. Holy fuck, dude.
When
And
they're
I
on
just
the internet and they're anonymous,
yep,
that shit gets ramped up,
I don't
dude.
prescribe to that bullshit. It's like either you're cool or you're not, and I don't really care whose side you're on.
But also, I know you don't like your boy Zach, but there was points where he was like, "Hey,
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
shit about somebody."
No, and I'm just and I'm not mad about it or anything. But I'm gonna correct you here. I'm not.
Okay,
It's not.
please.
I don't dislike Zach, Richard. I don't dislike Richard. I dislike what he's doing, and it's detriment, and specifically what he's doing to himself because it's not healthy.
Mm,
It's certainly not productive, and he doesn't have to go down this path. That's why it's so frustrating. It's like, dude, why are you doing this? This is not benefiting you, and the fact that you believe in any sort of fashion that is benefiting you, I just find it disappointing.
mm,
Really, I'm disappointed in him. I'm not mad at him. I don't hate him. I just this is not the route he wants to take. But he's a grown ass man. I can't tell him what to do. He's gonna do what he's gonna do.
mm-hmm,
I don't
mm-hmm,
think that he should. I don't think he should end up in a gutter. I don't think that people shouldn't fund his projects. If you think his stuff is cool and you want to give him money, you want to wait for it. Hey, you know what? It's your life. It's your money. Do what you want to do. I don't care. It doesn't impact my life in any meaningful way. I'm
yeah.
still gonna go out and work in my yard and enjoy life and life goes on. I'm not gonna worry about. I don't lose sleep over this shit. I
Well,
think
like
Richard
I
is just
said,
fine.
I'm working on Rock and Roll Ninja 2
Hmm.
right now. Like the book will be done when we announce it. So there won't be a late book issue
Right.
with Rock and Roll Ninja 2, and I think that's something he's going to be doing with a bunch of his books, because we have books planned after Rock and Roll Ninja 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I
all
still
everything
that,
is budgeted, so it's
yeah.
like, the book will be done before we say anything.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And I still believe that. I still believe there's a path forward for Richard, but he needs to stop all this bullshit. He needs to embrace it. He just needs to move the fuck on. I mean, really. Will he do it? I hope he does.
Yeah.
Will he? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's in Richard's head.
I only talk to him about the projects that we work on.
No, and
Like,
that's
you know what I
that's
mean?
why I don't
There's
bust your balls
no
about it,
like
because I know y'all is it's
because
you
it's
know,
going to
it's
it's
not
it's at a point it's like,
it's
hey
not a
man, like,
friendship. You work together. You're essentially coworkers.
yeah, like if we're within the subject of the stuff, I mean, yeah, he is like another client,
And
and
that's
that's
not
fine.
a slight against Richard.
No,
That's just the nature of you guys' relationship. That's all.
and it's because he doesn't say anything about what I say on Twitter, and like I don't say anything about his videos or him being in the background of a porn. You know what I mean? Like it's just like,
well, I mean,
that's in the past.
it
I'm
doesn't
just
do well.
it's
Yeah, and it doesn't do anything for you.
no.
Except it would fuck with your money.
Yeah.
That's what it would do. And that's what a lot of these dumb motherfuckers don't get. It just, I mean, like you said, for Evan, I mean, if you want to be a YouTuber, then fine, go off and be a YouTuber and fuck off. Stop pretending that you care about comics then. Just stop it. And you know what? A lot of people, not everybody, I mean, there's still some people that are probably going to talk shit about it, but a lot of those people are just going to go on and do something else.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people have, dude. I know a bunch of people who like put out their book, made their dream, and have been like, all right, I guess I'm gonna bounce. Like they had that, like, okay, what's it like to make a comic? Let's have that moment of let's make a comic, and they're like, all right,
I found out I didn't like it very much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they didn't like the way the fucking sausage was getting made.
Well, and the thing is that you're in a very unique position because, I mean, yes, you're doing it for the love of comics, but that's just it. You don't have to do it. You have other work. You have work to keep you busy probably for the rest of your damn life. So, I mean, you don't have to do comics. You choose to do comics.
I want them. Yeah, I want to do comics. That's all I want to do.
Yeah,
I could be outside. I could be like, yeah, I'm not drawing comic books. I'm only going to be doing my freelance.
Yeah.
I'd be outside a lot more.
Yeah.
But there's something about it that makes me want to sit here and fucking and do this.
But what I'm saying is that you have the option to do that. You don't have to do it. You're not going to be, if you decide that you don't want to do comics or it doesn't work out, you're not going to be out of work. You're not going to be in a position where you're freaking out, where where you have to, find some way to support your family. You have something you can fall back on. You're still actively, engaging with your clients and doing work for new clients, which is a smart thing to do, to not put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of flexibility that other people do not.
It's just smart.
Yeah,
I mean, as a freelancer, it's just, I mean, no fisherman goes to the same spot. It's like,
no,
if you're providing for your family, you've got multiple fishing spots. Yep. That way you're always able to like get some work. You know what I mean? Right. That took a long time, dude.
Oh yeah. No, I'm sure.
It took a long time and like decades. Filtering through. Yeah. Lots of clients have come and gone.
Well, I mean, I know because talking to my uncle runs his own business, and he's gone through different phases of his business over the year. He works in roofing, and he's not one of the workers anymore, and he hasn't been for some time. Not that he can't get up there and do it, even though he's in his 70s, but he doesn't have to. He's got people that work for him, so But it took him, years and years of doing that business where he was part of the workforce. He was working there right alongside his employees for a long time. Because it's just, it's not something that's going to happen overnight. People think, I know people, just like I said, from talking to my uncle and other people's, that's, you'll work harder than you have ever worked in your life when you work for somebody else, because you're taking one, you kind of, in some instances, you have to reach that kind of point where you can start to step away from it, but you're taking on all the risk that you don't have when you have an employer. And so, I try not that employers can't be shitty. They can still be shitty, but I have to also keep it in perspective that, you know, they're assuming a lot of the risk for me. So even though they
Yeah.
might be shit, I just, I can't, you can't go in too hard sometimes. I mean, what they're doing has to be egregious.
Yeah, totally.
Because otherwise you're going to keep sabotaging yourself. You're not going to be able to hold a job because you cannot be, some hooligan up there and causing problems, and especially bad mouthing your employers online. And that's just been a shit show where I've seen people doing that, like in mainstream comics and whatnot, that they're just
Yeah.
bad mouth. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You're
Dude,
shitting the bed. You're shitting the bed over here.
One time I was like, yeah, I gotta work on this. I got brought into the HR department because I think on Facebook I was like, I wish you both was airborne. It's somebody, and somebody, like another employee, somebody not even in my department, like a fucking salesperson, like saw that and got upset and like told somebody, and I literally had to was sat down and was like, what does this mean? It's fucked up. I was like, what the fuck?
Get a struggle session. Yeah. I mean, I don't,
You know what I mean? I was like, you know what? I was like, I was in fucking traffic. I was sitting in fucking Myrtle Beach fucking traffic, and it fucking sucked. And I fucking didn't want all these people around me. So I wish you both. I was like, it doesn't have anything to do with work. Okay.
Yeah. Just me vending some, silly shit online. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, then it was just like, I'm not. Then I just like got rid of my Facebook. You know what I mean? It was like, fuck out of here.
I don't even
giving
bother.
you people the opportunity to like talk shit. So now it's like,
I don't even mess with Boomer Book.
nah.
I still have an account, but I don't.
I had to get back on there because I needed some gravel. So I went back. I got back on there for Marketplace, but it's
right.
I
figured that's
nothing.
what you were going to say for Marketplace, and I think that's what a lot of people I know still even have it for. The only reason I even still have it is just for people who knew me that I've lost touch with over the years, like old classmates and stuff, and where they could find me. But beyond that, I don't have any practical use for Facebook anymore. And I used to be on it quite a bit, and I actually didn't have social media for the longest time. I mean, I think Facebook was probably at least 5 or 6 years old by the time I finally did a profile, because I wasn't online. I mean, I was online on the internet, but I wasn't on social media at all. And then even after I had Facebook, I didn't have a Twitter account for the longest time. I'd have to go back and even see when my Twitter account was created. 2017 maybe, I think, is when my Twitter account was created, and I wasn't like super active on it. I used to post a bunch of photography stuff, but the thing is that, especially the way that it's been, and even the way it still is, like, you just don't fucking get any interaction on just like posting like photography stuff. Even art stuff, I've seen people that, and their stuff is good, and it just does not fucking go anywhere. Does not do anything. So Elon wants to switch that good vibes algorithm switch. Well, fucking get after it, buddy. Stop talking about it. You want more positive stuff on there? Then reward people for not talking shit, because that's the way the platform works now, is you reward people for talking shit.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm just like, hey, what a beautiful day, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, not at all.
But if I'm like, Liam Gray is a fucking moron, it's just like, ching, 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 ching.
Yep, exactly.
Both are accurate, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, what do you think about Anakin Skywalker being an evil kid?
Fuck, dude,
What
don't
do you think
even.
on that take?
I saw that fucking shit the other day, and I was just like, God damn it, Liam, what the fuck, bro? I mean, what are you doing, guy?
I almost want to be like, is he gag? Is he like, is he trolling?
Just that, yeah, it's just that part where he's going about that. You know, the only reason that Anakin saves Luke at the end of Return of the Jedi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is because it's a selfish motivation. I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about? I mean, you have children, so if your kids are, your house is on fire, and I'm not trying to like jinx or say anything negative about Liam's family or even suggesting it. But your house is on fire and your children are trapped inside of it. But your neighbor's house is also on fire. But you choose to go and save your kids, but his kids burn because you didn't have time to get to them. Are you selfish?
I guess so. Like
I
he's
mean,
selfish with his own kids because like
that's not,
at any point
that's not a
Darth
direct
Vader could have
parallel, but it's
like
about choices. You know, you have a
Darth
choice to
Vader
save
could
or
have
not destroy. What is your
destroyed
motivation? It's
Darth
just
Vader.
parental.
He could
It's
have destroyed
parental
the Emperor.
instinct. It's not being selfish. And the whole point is that was Anakin's redemption arc,
Yeah.
because they even go
That's the
further back
moment
in
when
it. They
he went
show that
back
he
to being
still
good.
they still cared for that. There was still some good left in him, and they cover that earlier on in the series. So you get that sense of it, because the fact is that you want me to believe that's the other thing, is how do you miss this important part of the whole story, is that Vader is this badass, and he goes around, and Liam even talked about it, he goes around, he kills all these people. Okay, why didn't he kill Luke?
Mhm.
He could have. And the moment that Luke had rejected him, he could have been like, all right, well, fuck it. You know what? Rule of two or not, you're done. Then you're just going to be a thorn in the side, and I'm just going to do away with you. There had to have been some motivation just beyond that they would be a powerful ally. And why did Vader suggest him? I mean, not just because of the lineage, but why him? There weren't other, you know, powerful force users. So
Oh,
don't
I
tell
think
me. I
once
mean,
Darth Vader. What do you mean? Like, why did Darth Vader call out fucking Luke as an ally?
why did he choose him over and over again instead of just killing him when he knew that he was
Yeah,
going to
because it's
be
his son.
a pain in the ass? Exactly. So it's his
That's got
son.
to be a whole like. I mean,
So how?
has he not watched the fucking movies?
Yeah. So how do
I'm just like thinking
how
about
do you
like
equate
all
that
these
to him being
moments.
evil? It's not evil. He's making a conscious decision based on his emotions. So I mean,
And it's also, oh, all the bad things happen because of Darth Vader. And it's like, well,
what about the
actually, he
Emperor?
does bring balance to the Force at the very end
Mm-hmm.
because he helps destroy the fucking Emperor.
Right. They said they'd bring balance to the Force. They didn't say how.
Yeah.
I mean, it did say it was all going to be roses and, daffodils or whatever. I mean, it you're going from
Mhm.
this good place to this really dark place back to the good place, or at least that's the intention anyway. And that's why that's my big problem with the sequels too, is they just do a total reset without explanation. Just they went from, here to here, and there's nothing. It's just like, oh nope, they failed. The New Republic just couldn't cut the mustard. Okay, no
Are
build
you
up,
talking
no
about
drama,
which? Were
no
you talking about the
explanation.
new stuff,
The
like
sequels,
the
yeah,
Mandalorian shit?
7, 8, and 9.
With the yeah, with the Stark.
Force Awakens
Yeah, I gotcha. I
and
almost forgot about those.
initially
Holy
I
fuck!
liked,
I like don't even count
initially
those.
Abrams got me, and I liked the first one because they did member berries. And then I realized
Yeah,
what he was doing as soon as I saw the beginning of uh The Last Jedi and they killed Han. I'm just like, oh fuck, dude, are you really? I was like, okay. And I never looked at the Force Awakens in the same light
And you want
ever again
to.
after
There's
that.
moments in that movie where I want to be like, holy fuck.
Well, like where they have, especially like where they have uh Chewie and Han get back together and with where they're on the Millennium Falcon again. And they
Yeah.
blew a huge opportunity where in the movie where they could have had Leia and Luke in there and they didn't fucking do it.
They
That
never
was
had
the
they
biggest
never had the
misstep they could
original
have
crew
ever
together.
made.
They never had the original set together.
Nope.
That was a fuck up.
That was a major
That should have
fuck up.
been fucking right in the movie.
And
Second movie at
whoever
least.
made that decision or didn't make that decision, just they either have no love or just no understanding of the
Dude,
franchise
can
and
I
what it
get
means to
nerdy?
the fans.
I'm gonna get nerdy for a second. The roar
I thought
that
we were already doing that.
we are, yeah. I'm gonna get even deeper because it's just like fucking Liam. I'm just like, you fucking fool. But like Chewbacca is there. He sees his fucking best friend, somebody who like he owes his life to, right? He owes his life to Han Solo, right? He
Yep.
has like a fucking like a life debt to Han
Mm-hmm.
Solo.
Yeah.
He sees Han Solo getting killed by his own son, somebody that Chewbacca knew as a child.
Yeah.
Chewbacca was there when fucking Ben was born. Like, fuck, that's gnarly. And like and like it's like, okay, he doesn't speak, but he roars. So like in that one Chewbacca roar, there's
But that's
just
all he
like,
does, though. He doesn't do anything beyond that.
no, I know but he could. He talks. You know, the comedy is the Han Solo. You know, replies like he knows
Mhm.
what he's fucking. Look at this fucking toy. What the fuck?
I'm not even sure what those are.
Like you squeeze him and shit comes out of him.
I think I remember those.
But you know, they're dozers. They're just this oozers. There's just this
Yeah.
moment of you know, Chewbacca seeing his best friend getting killed by the guy's son, and so then Chewbacca has to shoot, and he misses.
Yeah, that's just some bullshit that he misses.
I don't know if it is though. In that moment, that's what I'm saying. Like, what kind of shit is Chewbacca going through
Right.
in that moment of like, why did he fucking wing him?
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean,
he didn't just fucking take Ben's head off. He
Yep.
fucking like winged him some.
Because and that's the thing is that he's reacting on an emotional level, and the fact that he's just going to intentionally wing him, I don't know that that's the first thought that passes through your head. I would think it would be more sellable to me if what occurred was that he at least hit him in the chest and he was kind of like had that kind of aha moment, like, oh shit, what the fuck am I doing? I know I'm mad at this guy, but is this really where I
Yeah,
want to
I don't
take
know.
it?
I'm not saying it was like a conscious decision to wing him. I think like maybe Chewy nerves or you
Yeah,
know, he's
yeah, I
not
suppose I
human,
could
so who the
see.
fuck knows what kind of
Yeah,
emotional issues he might have, you know? And he's
just
old.
that you would miss though. I don't know. I just
Yeah. Yeah.
'cause I don't remember. I don't think because somebody was standing next to him. Was Finn standing next to him?
I don't recall if Finn was standing
I
next to
don't
him.
know. So I mean, that's be the only other thing is I can't remember if somebody kind of like started to kind of like no, don't kind of like
Yeah. Yeah, they
um
really fucked that kid up, man. When I saw that lightsaber, when I saw that black kid holding that lightsaber up, I was like, okay, here we go. This is kind of cool. That looks cool. And they just turned him into a fucking like a gay best friend to Ray, dude.
well, yeah, Boyega. Well, and Boyega hasn't helped himself either.
Oh yeah, he recently was
Professionally.
like, "Fuck y'all, motherfuckers."
It's just like, oh, y'all are racist and da-da-da. I'm like, no, your character is just not. is not a good character, and it's not necessarily anything you're doing. It's just the
Was he
script.
saying the fans were racist or the people who made the movies were racist?
I thought it was the fans. I could be wrong.
Because it's like the fans aren't the ones who made the movie.
Yeah,
We're not
I
the
just go back
ones who
and
like made you look like a bitch.
yeah.
Dude, one whole movie
if I'm not
he's
mistaken, I think it
chasing
was
her.
the fans that he was going after.
It was like the last one. He's just like chasing her and like it's like I have something to tell you. I need to tell you something, and like never does.
Yeah,
That's what I remember watching. I was like, what's he going to tell her? That he feels the Force, that he's a Jedi, that he loves her? Like, what the fuck
yeah.
is he
They're
going to
trying
tell
to
her?
sell
And it
that. That's
never
the thing. Is
happened.
they're trying to sell. There's like this love triangle between him and what's that other chick's name?
The little Asian chick.
Yeah, I know
She
her real
disappeared
name.
too.
I can't think of the character's name though. I
Look at
never
this.
bothered to watch the
Look at that.
last
That's
one. I was
dope.
just totally fucking checked out. I was like, nah, fuck this.
Yeah, that last one was just absolute dog shit.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I go to see, I'm like, I want to like this stuff. I'm like, please give me a fucking kernel. Just give me a
Right.
something, like give me something. I had that Power Lord, that Arcus one. Rebel. Yeah, they fucked up they fucked them up. They
Yeah,
fucked
they
up
did.
the prequels.
I mean, I think that they really could have made Finn a cool character. They just didn't. It would have been.
Yeah.
They could have gone on such a good story arc with that. That where you have, a former stormtrooper realize that he's force sensitive, and then his journey, and that he could tie in and help.
Yeah.
Maybe Luke reestablish the Jedi Order or something. I don't know. There's so many different things they could have done, and it's just like so many other opportunities.
Dude, you're absolutely right. Because
They just
how
pissed it
it
away.
kind of starts. It's like, yeah, let it start on the other side. Let it start from the last remnants of the Empire
That
or
would have
whatever.
been such a fucking amazing storyline.
And then show this stormtrooper making his way like out of the Empire, across enemy lines, maybe, but
and you could
you'd
have
have to
gone back
explain
and
like
delved
why he's
into,
not a clone as well.
well,
There's
yeah,
like a
and you
little
could
bit
have
of
gone and delved back into his past somewhere along the line and shown his character development, how he ended up getting there, because you really don't know that much about him.
I almost feel like it's a hard thing to do with the stormtroopers because they were clones, and you're like, okay, they were clones, and then the Empire ends.
Not
The Empire is over.
Not when they got to the sequels, and they weren't even, as is my understanding, they weren't even by the time you got to 4, 5, and 6. I mean, canonically, even though they did the films out of sequence, by the time you got to 4, 5, and 6, they weren't clones anymore. They were basically conscriptees.
Wait, A New Hope? No, they went back and like dropped that dude's voice in there.
So they retconned. Fuck them.
Yeah, they're saying that like that clones were used up until the end.
No,
because was also Bad Batch. There's a show called Bad Batch where it was like it's like a bunch of clones and they've like they've like moved on after which is kind of an interesting thing, honestly. Like you have all these.
They didn't even do anything when the original ones where they would even have been clones. There was never any talk that I recall of being them being clones. I mean, I know that they did clones. Clones was part of like the EU. And I don't know what the tie-in is there because I wasn't like an EU person, and nothing against. I just wasn't.
I mean, I get it all gets covered with Attack of the Clones, right? I mean, it's like, where do these clones come from? It's all
right.
I figure it's all like canon.
Yeah, but by the time they got to the original trilogy, I don't believe that they were clones anymore. I don't think so. I think they were all conscriptees, that they found out that the clones weren't as effective as they could be.
In A New Hope, you think those are all conscripts?
I think so.
Interesting.
I mean, just with the fear fact that you didn't even have I mean, they could have done the voiceover and they could have had all the characters, all the storm troopers sound the same, and they didn't sound the same. Not that I remember.
Not originally.
Yeah, but that's what
Originally,
I'm
they didn't.
saying. So for you to come back and do it, no, and that's
Well,
Disney.
it's like
That's Disney's
if
doing
the
though. That's
one
not
dude,
George Lucas's
it
doing.
is George's.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay, so he makes A New Hope, right? And so it's like, okay, maybe they're conscripts, they're not clones. He's not really, they've mentioned a clone war. And then he goes back and makes Attack of the Clones, and then establishes that these were all clone people. And then when he does the cleanup re-release, he uses that guy's
Which one?
voice. Which re-release?
Yeah, not the. Was it on DVD?
I don't recall which.
Because
I
I
don't
had the
the
VH.
last
Because I
one.
had the VH. It was a VHS. They're here somewhere in my office, like the 20th anniversary or 25th
Mm-hmm.
anniversary. I have those where they cleaned up like some of the ships, like the laser blasts and how the
Do
engines
we
look.
have?
But they didn't
There's
really
like
do anything with the movie itself. So that, yeah, I wasn't aware of that because I haven't seen uh later releases of that. But that's kind of lame if George went back and retconned his own
is
work.
it?
Why?
Well, he
Why?
like
Why do
makes
you
it.
need
He
to?
like I feel like he kind of makes it a little more like clear
Uh,
because it's
I
never really
guess.
like explained like who's a conscript and how it's not a conscript.
I
But if
just
he's
think
able
that
to,
uh the films were fine the way they were. I mean, you worry too. It's like anything else. If you just go messing with it too much, eventually you're just gonna fuck it up, and it's gonna become
oh, I
unrecognizable. I
agree.
didn't
I feel
mind
like there
the
was parts of the trilogy that didn't need to be like fucked with.
well,
Like I feel like Han Solo shooting
the
first
orange
was
blob under the land speeder. Did you need to fix that? No, does nobody fucking care
orange blob under the.
until he talked about it in later on. And I don't remember if it was like a behind the scenes, like in the making of, or if he was just it was an interview about the filmmaking
Hey, buddy.
process. That if you go back and you can see the original version of A New Hope, underneath the land speeder, they had this orange blob under there
Hmm.
where it was distorted because what they had to do is they couldn't. The land speeder is actually on wheels, of course, because it's
Yeah.
land speeders on reel, and so the only thing they do is they wanted to give it the appearance of reality that land speeders existed. So what they did was they smeared Vaseline on the bottom of the lens to fudge out the wheels. And George talks about that. Like I said, I don't remember if it was an interview or if it was the behind scenes, like the making of that they did for the movies. But I
I mean,
remember
I
him
don't think
talking
somebody
about them
should
doing
keep
that.
going back and forth to a movie to keep revising it. I mean,
Yeah, just if people like it the way that it is, and just leave it alone, leave it the way it is. People
make
like it.
some new
That's
shit,
all that
right? But
matters.
it was
Yeah.
like the noodling and the noodling. Because if you're gonna noodle it and say,
Hey,
"Hey,
John,
this
what's
is
up?
like
We're just
this
talking
is
about
like
Star Wars.
yeah."
We were
Hey,
watching. We were watching
clobbering
commercials.
time?
We
What was
somehow got on
clobbering
this
time
Star Wars
last night?
tangent.
What was clobbering time? Who was it? Mr. Fantastic versus Galacticus? Did you guys have clobbering time last night? Oh, fuck. You didn't go on that show, Chuck?
No,
Okay.
no, I was on Raptors last
It was
night.
Marcus. It's Marcus that's on there. Yeah, you're on Raptors.
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic versus Galactus. That's what John said.
Well, I mean, technically,
That'd be
didn't
an
we
interesting
see that? Didn't we already see that? Like Galacticus shows up to suck us off.
one.
Hold on. Rewind. He showed up to like suck the planet dry, and then Mr. Fantastic showed the ultimate nullifier.
I remember that robot. I think I had that robot.
So does that kind of end the fight right there? Yeah, look at these guys.
Yeah, I think I had
Oh,
that
fuck.
middle robot.
That's a lot of fucking plastic.
Mm.
Robo Force. from Ideal.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I had that robot, but just that one, not the others.
This kid's building a gun. Oh no, it's a Rector set. He's like building a sniper rifle. That's my boy. If that robot's okay, never mind.
Oh,
Dude, I've been
speaking
playing
of
the new
Erector
RoboCop
sets,
game.
that's Erector set stuff right there. If I didn't know better,
I've been
and that
playing the
little,
new RoboCop game a little bit. It's kind of fun.
I missed an opportunity to get that game too recently because they had it for $8. Uh-oh. Yeah, they had RoboCop for $8 recently.
The game?
Yeah, and I didn't pick it up. I was
Yeah, I got it for
had a
free.
lot going on, and I forgot about it.
Part of the PlayStation Network, you get like a couple of games a month for free to download. And that was one of the one of the games from this.
Oh, it was?
Yeah,
Oh,
from this month was RoboCop.
Is it still on there?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'll have to fire up my PlayStation then.
Yeah.
I mean,
I even saw this shit in the movie theater, dude.
Not paying for the game is even better. I mean, I already pay for my
for your service. Yeah, if you pay for a service already, then you might as
membership
well.
for PlayStation Plus. Yeah.
I get a fuck ton of games on there that I'll play once or twice, and then
I've had one cool game on there. What did I buy that was on there? Fuck, I don't remember.
there's some really cool shit on there. Like I played Chivalry 2. It's like a fucking sword.
Yeah.
That's fucking fun, dude.
What game you're talking about?
Once you like get the timing, I mean, it's a hell of a learning curve. Like the first couple of times I played, I was just getting chopped up. But like once you like get the timing of it, and I'm in there just chopping people's heads off and shit. It's fucking fun. These are cool. My brothers were into these Zoids.
Yep, Zoids. I remember Zoids. I think I had a couple of Zoids when I was a kid, but I didn't get big into them. But I had some.
It's the slowest fucking fight I've ever seen. They're just fucking Robostrucks. Oh, they're not even called Zoids yet.
Yeah, but that's what I thought they were. I thought they were.
I think that's what they originally were, right?
Well, I had those too.
Yeah,
with that little controller.
I remember the the cockpit. Yeah, I remember the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
Robotics.
Yeah, robotics were cool. I like those. Those were neat.
See, they don't have toys like this anymore, do they? They got fucking just.
And I can't remember.
Fortnite.
I think they had a cartoon about robotics too.
Ooh, look at this.
Could be mistaken, but I want to say there was a cartoon on it as well.
What if they were like buildings and they transformed into like robots? So this is like rocks and crystals that transform into robots.
Mm-hmm. If you want to hop in here, John, the link should still be in the chat.
Yeah, man. Also, don't forget,
if you're not busy.
Heroic Tales. We got 4 beautiful people watching. If John jumps on, we'll have 3.
We had like 10 there at one point.
Yeah. Now it's
I guess maybe they went off to eat lunch or something. I don't know.
No, it's just now it's just John, somebody else, maybe Cider, and my mom on 2 of her computers. So that's cool looking.
I think I remember these. I don't remember what they're. That kid's expression.
That's wild. He was like yeah, whoa. He's like, yeah. You can now find that kid on Down with Love. It's a show about Down syndromes
Oh shit.
having romantic relationships.
Oh god.
Have you watched that show?
No. Ooh, I remember these two. I had a few of these too.
Watch, we're gonna lose some more viewers while I start talking about
These
this. Down with Love, dude, is
these
fucking
little
dope as
vehicles
fuck.
with these big tires. I had some of these.
Those are dope, dude. That tank right
Those
there,
were
it
cool,
looks
dude.
like a
I had like
LRW or something.
I had like
RV.
the Jeep or whatever. I didn't have the tank. I might have had that little truck too. Oh, and these. I had like that little Bronco one. I know
Fuck
I had
this.
that one.
To the 4 people watching, Cider, hop on in here, man. John, hop on in here. Here you go. Let's get 4 people on the panel and 0 viewers. Let's see if we can.
Yes.
Yeah. If you can't get to the top, then fucking get to the bottom. Whoa. That's kind of cool. It's kind of masky though.
Yeah. Mask, there's an old series that not many people know about. Only old heads like you and I remember that shit. Mask. Mask was cool. I liked Mask.
Yeah, I did too. Like the cartoon was dope.
The cartoon was fucking badass. I loved the cartoon.
But toys, not so much. The toys didn't really
Yeah,
hold up as well.
I don't think I ever had any of the toys. Oh, and I was just talking about this too when you went on a break was Knight Rider. Because Az from Hills vs. Babyface has been watching Knight Rider and he was talking about it.
It's there's a lot of potential. There's
Mhm.
so much potential that like finding out that there was an evil car.
Yep. Car.
Yeah, like it's like
car with a K.
car with a K.
Mm-hmm.
So just like turning it into like,
what's up,
oh
John?
shit, like
Well, in that
car is loose, and like half of like if you found out that like all the shit that had been happening was all caused by car in like
Right.
a weird Moriarty kind of way, that would have been
and that
fucking cool.
Michael's last name was not his original last name in the series.
It wasn't, right?
Mm-mm.
Well, that was a given, right? That was something they said in the beginning.
He didn't adopt it till later on because his name in the pilot was Michael. Shit.
Because they were like, yo, we gave you a whole new fucking face, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It was after so basically he had a whole change of identity because
Where did John go?
I don't know. I said hello and then maybe it's technical difficulties. Maybe that's why he hopped out. Maybe his audio wasn't working. He's fixing it. Sectars, I remember that.
Sectards. See, he said he had he came in just enough. Oh, there he goes. There he is. He went to go put on a shirt.
No,
His...
I clicked to come in, and it logged me out of StreamYard, and then I had to authenticate with a code. Never happened before. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" I panicked. I thought, like, I never turn my computer off. Like, I haven't turned my computer. I just turned off all the programs. So I was like, let me reboot my computer. Like 2 days ago, I'm locked out of everything. You know, I have to get my passwords that I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. There you go.
How's your Saturday going?
I woke up to my wife. We have to take the cat to the vet. So that's how I woke up.
Michael Long. His name in the original series in the pilot was Michael Long. He didn't change his name until Night, until after he got rescued, and then he had the facial surgery, the reconstruction.
Yeah.
But I was talking about what I want to go back and watch is not only Knight Rider, was to watch. Did you ever watch Airwolf with Jan Michael Vincent?
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, I fucking watched that show. I want to go back and watch Airwolf. I love that show. I played the game too. The game was pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember that. Remember Blue Thunder?
Mm-hmm. Roy Scheider. Fucking love that movie.
But like Airwolf didn't look like that like intimidating. The actual helicopter.
Not like it. Not yeah. I grant you that. That's true. I mean, because Blue Thunder, I mean, was menacing. Airwolf kind of wasn't. But
No,
I think that's the
it
intent.
looked
It
like
was really
it looked
meant
like
to
some
be
sort of like corporate jet helicopter. You know what I mean? Like it didn't look like an Apache or anything. You know what I
Mm-mm.
mean?
Oh, speaking of Silverhawks, there you go.
It didn't look like Firefox. Did you
Oh
guys
man,
ever see Firefox?
fuck yeah, with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, dude.
It's a great movie. I've watched it recently, within the last year, actually. I love that movie.
Dude, the first part of it holds up.
Yeah,
I think
Firefox is still a solid movie throughout. Honestly,
your papers are in order.
Firefox. I mean, you think about it. Firefox is really almost kind of, in a way, my generation's Top Gun. In terms of the like the dogfighting and stuff.
It was pretty. I mean, I kind of don't like the second part of Firefox. Like I think all that shit sucks.
Really? Why? What was wrong with it?
I just feel like it didn't look well. It looked like it was, I don't know.
Made in the 70s.
Yeah, or early 80s. Yeah,
I mean,
it feels like it looks like a photo. It looks like a photo of a plane that they're like moving around, animating onto like
yeah. I mean, they
clouds.
were limited by the technology. Yeah, I mean,
don't get me wrong, I love it, but I'm just like
Yeah.
at the end, I'm just like, it's 83.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is what
in
they're doing.
the cockpit scenes and stuff were really good, and I think that's really what it kind of focused on. But yeah, the cinematography as far as like the aerial combat part of it, where you can see the planes and stuff. Yeah, I mean, arguably that was a little janky.
And just to think, like, they probably don't even have anything like that, right? There was almost like the Russian myth that they were like making cool shit over there when they weren't. Like they were just making shit that broke all the time. You know what I mean? It's like they ain't making no stealth fucking jets. Like their nuclear power plants are fucking falling apart.
That's the thing. That's what broke them financially, because they were trying to keep up with us technologically, especially in terms of the stuff related around the Cold War. That's what broke them.
Yeah, I mean, I just watched the Chernobyl thing, and they were saying that helped
I mean,
too.
trying to keep up with us, they were. I mean, but to their credit, in a way, I mean, we're not exactly doing so hot either. We're fucking broke, so deficit spending. I mean, if you understand deficit spending, you know that we outspent them, but it wasn't without cost.
Yeah, we did outspend them. We had to outspend the commies. But look what we got. We got cool shit like Top Gun now. We got fucking stealth fighters and shit. I'd rather us have stealth fighters than somebody else.
Well, somebody was.
StarCom was dope.
I keep telling my friends, would you rather China sets the world, order, be the strongest military power in the world? Would you rather China is the top of the hegemony? How would your life be better? We spend so much on military. Yeah, and we get to set the way the world acts and behaves. I think we should still be the most powerful military on the planet by far, and stop giving money to everybody else. Denmark, you like that? You like that free healthcare that we subsidize?
Yeah, exactly.
Just imagine if we weren't defending you. And you guys hate us anyway. So let everybody spend their money on Heroic Tales #2.
Exactly.
Indeed. Right. Money well invested.
Oh, Matt, to answer your question, I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but last night it was Reed Richards versus Galactus, but we were talking about this comic, The Trial of Reed Richards.
Look at that cover.
Was Reed correct in saving Galactus's life? Because
I was gonna say, zoom in on that. Oh man, look at that. That's a fucking badass cover.
He gets put on trial for saving Galactus's life.
Yeah, Empress Leandra captures Reed Richards and brings him to the heart of and it's basically the same thing as Leandra put Jean Grey on trial, and
Yeah.
but they didn't call for a right of combat because Reed Richards wanted to logic his way out of it. It's great,
Of course.
but Odin shows up and speaks in Reed's defense, the Watcher, and then Eternity shows up at the end, and they let
Eternity, really?
yeah. So Galactus, the Watcher, and it's a great comic. But even as a kid, I was just like, you don't get to save Galactus's life, Galactus. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine you're a cow, and then the farmer has a heart attack, and one of the cows starts doing CPR on the farmer, and then the farmer jumps up and starts slaughtering the cows again. It's like, dude, we were done. We were free.
Well, I mean, it's also like, hey, if there is a hurricane rolling through, destroying towns, and you have the ability to stop it, you fucking stop it.
Well, that's the argument that they give, is that Galactus is a force of nature and everything like that. And I think it's not a force of nature. I can't go up to the hurricane and be like, hey, I'll give you a hot chick if you leave us alone.
Yeah. So there's a layer of evil. So like, even like a hurricane is just like ambivalent in like what it's destroying, but this guy has like some sense to himself. Right. So that's even worse. Right? That like he's aware that he's eating these planets.
He's aware, right? Because Doctor Strange in Fantastic Four 246 hit Galactus with a spell that made him feel the collective guilt of everything he's done, and he collapsed and succumbed to that. You can't do that to an earthquake or a supernova.
No.
Or a black hole. So I, like last night, I was like, he's not a force of nature. A force of nature is not swayed by logic. It moves by predictable means. You know what I mean? Like, a hurricane doesn't just form overnight, instantly, and you know what I mean? Like, it behaves in a predictable pattern. And
if anything, he's a serial killer.
Right. He is an apex predator. He's an apex predator. And he is what he is. I don't begrudge that. But if a bunch of sheep all of a sudden got together and took out a wolf, do we get mad at the sheep? No, they did. They defended themselves. And one of the arguments is like, oh, Reed, Galactus exists, and Reed goes, I can't believe that he would be created in this world without good. The fact that he exists means that he has purpose, and so I argued, well, so did Dark Phoenix. Everybody, Jean Grey existed. So all powerful beings everything that exists. Red Skull exists, therefore he's good. AIDS exists, therefore eggs is good. You can't. I thought it was just a lousy argument. I said the only way that the argument should have been is that Reed was just like, listen, Galactus is a living, sentient, individual being with its own soul and its own thing, and I saved that being because I'm a hero. I couldn't watch a unique life form die in front of me. That to me is the better argument. Just like nobody gets mad at Batman when he pulls the Joker off the building edge and brings him to Arkham.
Right.
So that would have been a better argument. Like, he's not he can't. So a couple of people were like, yeah, it's a good argument. I disagree, but I thought it was fun. That's it was one of my favorite. It's clobbered. So Chuck, I'm sorry, I don't know you. Good to meet you. And in case you don't know what we're talking about, every Friday night I do It's clobbering time. And
I know we've talked briefly on X.
Oh, okay.
I have a totally different name on there.
Oh, what's your name on X?
Unearthing USA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That don't feel bad. You're not the first person that's had that.
Yeah, well, that's how
I have different names on different platforms. One of these days, maybe the multiple personalities may merge into one. Who knows?
Yeah, I understand. Like, I've been talking to people in my chats. When they log on YouTube, they have one name, and then when they're on Twitter, I didn't realize for 2 years I was talking to the same person.
I could see how that would happen. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So I didn't know that was you.
Yeah. Well, because
the thing is, I knew, so it was funny. They were bringing up stuff. I'm like, how did he know that?
We never have. That's the thing is, a lot of us never went in with this intention to live stream or so we didn't have the forethought, if you will, to kind of make everything the same on these different things. It's just kind of how we were. It was in the moment.
Right. That's my Twitter. If you look at it, Zentorian 2000. Because I argued on Twitter that if you block me and protesting me and trap me in traffic, I'm running over your ass. And Twitter nuked my John's Longbox Twitter. So now I don't even want it back because I got so many followers and
Right.
But and now my comic company has to be Longbox Comics because LBC, which is not a bad name.
What's up, Garfield?
Because I didn't think about making a comic when I started YouTube. I just wanted to talk to people during COVID.
I mean, I've been on YouTube for a long time, and I did videos, and I've done videos here and there, and it never ceases to amuse me is when I'm kind of getting into it with people on X that they want to post up my profile picture or my videos. I mean, and I'm not a skinny guy, and I just have to laugh because they think they're going to shame me with that. I'm like, you idiot! I put it out there for people to see, so why is that going to bother me? It's not.
I've argued with more than I toned down my argument in the past year or two because I kind of got an artist depending upon my, you know what I mean? I don't want to.
Sure. Yeah. No.
So I toned it down.
Well,
but
you've got the same. Yeah. I mean, you have to take the same tack as Eric did, and anybody with any business sense is like, look, yes, this was all fun and games, but now we've moved on to something different. We have to take a different approach because there's more things that are coming to play here. You can't be engaging in that sort of behavior and you're trying to run a business. The two don't go together.
Absolutely. I hire Matt, I hire, Renzo and stuff. And Renzo has been turning down work because he likes working with me. I can't.
Well, and that's why it's such a bad business decision, even for corporations, or even for smaller companies, for whoever's the head or anybody who represents these companies, to go out there as a representative of the company and behave in the way that they do. It's not productive to their business.
Look at Bud Light. They got nuked overnight.
Yeah, they did.
What you were saying about putting a picture, I've argued with people, even at the height of my argument, I never said anything physical. You know what I mean?
Because there's no need for that. That's just silly. I mean,
even positively, I've had a couple of beautiful women come on my channel and I'm never like, hey, check, the beautiful whatever, the hot whatever, I do
the sexy Shelly Bond.
I was nervous with we all know Mandy, but back when I first met Mandy, she came on my channel and I was just like, I hope she doesn't wear a low cut shirt because I don't want it to be like boobs. She did.
Well, you're there to talk shop. I mean, that's
right. But I didn't mention it. I didn't talk about her looks. And we talked about role playing games. It was actually fun. Talked about 20-sided dice and Dungeons and Dragons. But that's the way I keep it. I don't care if you're good looking. I don't care if you're ugly. I don't care if you're fat or thin. That's the lowest common denominator. Hey, look at you. You're fat. I'll make fun of myself, but and if you're my buddy, I'll bust your balls. You know what I mean? If I know you well enough.
It's low hanging fruit.
What's that?
I said it's low hanging fruit.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
You know what's funny, Matt? I was thinking of you the other day, and it's funny that you just said that. I'm trying to work up skills to write comedy. Writing comedy is really, really hard, and I wanted to make a comic called The Cranberries, and have you draw it. And the cranberries are the lowest hanging. They grow on the ground. So the whole thing was going to be the lowest common denominator jokes, like people throwing up, people farting, like the lowest toilet bowl humor possible. The Cranberries. It's going to be like a sitcom, But I just, all I could come up with is a premise. I can't write a gag.
Attack of the Killer Cranberries.
There's page 5. Some guy pukes.
Yeah, exactly.
6. Somebody farts in a bag.
Yeah, somebody farts. They're all like, P.U. A guy walks in with stinky stink lines and socks. You know what I mean? Just ridiculously bad.
Like Pigpen from Peanuts.
Nothing wrong with religious or political disagreements with people. The problem is when you actively. Yes. Yeah. I know. I always knew growing up that the guys at Marvel didn't agree with my politics. But they were smart enough to keep it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the film industry is learning that. Who goes to the movie?
The best thing a lot of these stars and stuff could do is to go back in the closet when it comes to social media, to be off of social media, because they're
Hire-
not doing themselves any favors.
Yeah, Robert De Niro, hire somebody to run your Twitter.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that guy, yeah, definitely him. He needs a public relations person to tar wrangle him.
He is too bizarre. I think that he has a huge skeleton, or maybe a 12-year-old skeleton in his closet, because he is reacting really bizarre.
Yeah,
It's one thing not to like Trump. You know, Trump does things that I don't like. I voted for the guy, but I also know I'm not voting for a religious figure. You know.
Yeah.
So, well, you know, you're not going to get. It's just like anything. You're not going to always get everything you want. You're gonna. I mean, if you can get 50%, you're doing pretty good, and everything is.
I would love 50%. I have no illusions that I'm going to get 50%.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's always a mixed bag. You just don't necessarily.
Every one of these superpowers figures. I love that the superpowers figures started my obsession with toy collecting. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
No, you're good.
Child,
we've been hopping in and out about talking stuff and commenting on the.
Yeah, like Trump. I want the CIA gone. I want the FBI gone. I want the ATF gone. I want
they're essentially gutted, but they just need to be gone.
I don't want them reformed. Like I said at work, I said, when you get cancer, they're like, well, what do you replace it with? I said, when they get rid of cancer, what do they get rid of? Yeah. What do they replace your cancer
with? Nothing. Just like the Fed.
It's not like the FBI is investigating crimes anymore. They're going after PTA dads and moms.
Get rid of the tax code and replace it with nothing.
Yeah. Get rid of it. It's, you know.
Ooh, Firestorm. I remember Firestorm.
Yeah, I love Firestorm. I love those puffy sleeves. It's such a bad costume. It's awesome.
I still have some some of my comics on. I swear that I had a gosh, I can't think of it. Try to think of his name. The guy that Pat the guy that worked on Bronze Star with Mike Barron, Pat Broderick.
Yeah.
I swear that I had one particular cover that I've seen lately in my LCS, and it's like $200 now. Where it's Firestorm on the cover, and he's got like all these ghost like faces behind him. They're not ghosts, but like the ghosts of people, like all their faces behind him, and like as a silhouette, all in blue and white, which is a really nice cover. I swear I had it, but I can't find it.
Pat Broderick did one of my covers for issue 1.
Did he?
Yeah.
He does good stuff. I thought Bronze Star was good. I don't have it, but I don't remember why I don't have it, but I just don't.
Pat Broderick cover.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. I've seen that cover. I didn't realize that was his work.
Yeah, I can't believe he did it.
No, he does good stuff.
I had to pay him, but he was great.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, no, he does great work, man. I like his stuff.
And me and him disagree politically, but we got along. We worked it out. Pro.
Well, but that thing is I couldn't even tell you what his politics are.
I'm Facebook,
and I don't care.
It's anti-Trump. The left doesn't know what they're doing. The right doesn't know what they're doing.
Oh, on Facebook. Oh, that's why I'm not on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook is great to. That's how I get a lot of guests. It's all old comic book pros, but they're all.
Yeah, I have an account. I just I log in like once a month maybe to check for messages from old friends, but other than that, I don't really.
Yeah, it's old friends. I get to see their kids graduate high school and stuff, and then you know, Roy Thomas and Tony Isabella announcing that he's trans and goes by the name.
Oh God, that fruitcake! Yeah, I saw that and I was just like, oh boy. Here we go again.
These superpower toys, I thought they came. I was a little too old for them, but I went and got them anyway. And I remember my mother was like, "You're buying toys?
Too old? I'm still buying.
I got a little
toys.
embarrassed.
I'm in my 50s, so I'm still buying toys. I don't care.
I think I was 16 when they came out. That's too.
They're old. A lot cool. The toys we have now are a lot cooler than the toys that I grew up with.
Yeah, I'm still mad because as they came out with better and better toys. I gave away my older toys to my younger nieces and nephews. So I gave away all my superpowers, you know, because you only have so much room, and how many Superman you need, you know.
But part of you now is like, dang it.
Yeah, Garfield's Tony Ella. I don't know if he's doing it for attention or not, because his Facebook profile still says Tony Isabella, but maybe he's doing that for, you know, because nobody's
engagement farming. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Nobody knows who Jenny Isabella is.
Well, I couldn't even tell you what the alter ego or whatever it is supposed to be anyway, because I just like tuned out after that. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember those. I never had them.
It's hey, Tony Isabella came out as mentally ill. Go figure.
Yeah. Marked as mentally unstable.
What channel are you even watching, Matt? What is this?
I don't know. I just clicked on it.
Good thing it was toys.
Well, yeah, it's like 80s toy commercials.
Yeah,
and
no.
bullshit, you know what
Matt,
I mean?
hold on, Matt. Are you saying that you're just indiscriminately clicking on stuff on YouTube? Are you drunk driving?
No,
YouTube,
I'm
Matt?
definitely I've only had one beer. I've got a slight buzz. I'm not drunk. I could see the road fine if I
Hey,
close one eye.
you better be careful. Malin's gonna have a talk with you.
Oh, is he?
I'm
That dude
joking
doesn't
because of
want
that
none of
whole
this.
Rob Casey thing where he flipped out on Rob and he called him a drunk driver
Shit.
on Next.
We've seen fucking Ethan drive home drunk from
Yeah,
the Atlanta
literally.
fucking casino, dude.
Not figuratively speaking.
Not
yes.
figured. Like his son is like, "Yo, Dad, can I get them keys?" And he's like,
And
"No,
you're not driving my car.
right, dude." It's like,
I was like, brother, no.
yeah,
no.
I doubt Malin wants to have anything to do with me.
Oh no, I'm just being funny.
Link's there though.
He won't click it. He won't come on Raptor Show.
What toys are these? Their heads just all of a sudden scream. Oh, Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Oh, Ghostbusters. Okay.
I never had any of the Ghostbuster toys. I liked Ghostbuster. I just didn't have.
Yeah, I was too old. You're officially too old when you go on a date with the girl and make out and miss all of Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
I went to Massapequa, picked her up, and I didn't know, but they had seats where two people could sit down. So she maneuvered it. So we sat in one of those and just made out. And I was like, I don't even remember. You know, it wasn't until years later when I saw it on cable. I was like, oh, this is the movie I saw?
There was a movie?
Yeah, so I wasn't into like He-Man. I was too old for G.I. Joe. I read my first G.I. Joe comic like last month. I was just too old for it.
You read your first G.I. Joe?
Yeah, I read. I picked up G.I. Joe #1. Read it. It was really good too. It was really
the old
good.
Marvel stuff or
Marvel stuff. I never read.
Yeah.
You know, I said a million times. I wasn't interested in war, western, horror, sci-fi. I wanted superhero. Comic books were for superheroes for me. So the only exception was I got Battlestar Galactica and Star Wars. You know, and even Star Wars I couldn't tolerate because it was so different than the movie that I dropped it. You know.
Oh, the comic books, yeah.
Yeah, the Marvel comic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I heard they were good, but yeah, they're not like directly tied to the movies or anything. No.
Oh, Garfield asked if John had the opportunity, would he prefer an animated adaptation or a live adaptation of The Patriarch? I would love it. First off, again, I'm going to say something stupid. A really good one. I would like a live action. How cool would that be? You know, really well done. You know, cast that people actually cared about the spirit of the character. That would just, to me, that is like the ultimate, to get a live action movie about your character. But I would not settle. I would love it if it was a full on released, you know, Patriarch movie that they weren't making fun of fatherhood and everything like that. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think America would like it, you know. And then, you know, a Saturday morning cartoon that's a little bit more light, maybe focusing more on the kids. That would be the ultimate way to do it.
Well, yeah, that kind of touches back on what Matt and I were talking about earlier, is that you don't necessarily have to have a brand new, you know, property or idea that you've never seen before. You could have something that is good and people would, you know, I believe people would be into it.
Yeah. I you know, Mike Barron, I sent him a copy. He sent me a copy of Gooding, and I sent him a copy of Heroic Tales. And he said, yeah, he goes, you're not reinventing the wheel. He goes, but you know that. You're not, it's
Right.
basically an homage of Superman with a different power set. But then again, Invincible was Spider-Man as Superman. And then the twist was the father. Like you said, there are really, as far as like superhero comics, everything's kind of been done. So you just take something like I'm doing something familiar. He's Superman as a father. I have another character coming out. He's just imagine Batman going through a horrible divorce. You know what I mean? And so
Jeez.
I think Tom King already covered that, John.
yeah, well, but it's not Batman, so it's okay. Like, I don't want that
breaking of the bat, but this it wasn't Bane.
And
it wasn't his back.
Make up your own. But I don't like. But if I was to write Batman, I wouldn't do that. You're playing with somebody else's toys. Look. Can you imagine I go to Matt's house and I grab his car track spinning thing and I just stomp on it and be like, "Bah, your toy's broken. I'm going to go home and play with my stuff now."
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me play with your toys. That was a lot of fun. Here it is in the same exact condition that I left it in. See ya. And that's what Marvel and DC writers have to understand.
Yeah.
They're not just rooting the characters. They're rooting the characters for the future generations. Like Chuck Dixon said, he was aware that when he left, Batman was going to pay the mortgage for other writers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, people in the private chat.
They don't realize that that's what they're doing. Is that when they're ruining these things, they've managed to fail upwards, and at the same time, they're pulling the ladder up behind them.
Right. Yeah. To the point now, what is that military expression? Once an event, two is a coincidence, three times is enemy action. Like, how many times are we seeing this now?
I know, right?
Like I was in third grade when Star Wars came out. There was no bigger Star Wars fan than me. I mean, me and my friends, we breathed in between. It was like 3 years between movies. We did nothing but speculate. I mean, you think I'm talking comic books on Friday night comic? Just imagine we were like, Star Wars, what's gonna happen? And then the new movie came out. Oh my God, my mind is blown. The return. And now I don't care anymore. I don't even want to watch the original movie. They ruined Star Wars.
Back when movies were they were an event.
Right. Yeah. There's something to be said for waiting and savoring. My wife gets mad at me because, they'll release all the episodes of a season on HBO or whatever, Netflix. And I watch one episode and I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Why? I want to think about it for a week.
Right.
And it's so tough because you go on, turn on the computer and it's spoilers. I'm like, oh man.
But you saw also too, depending on the how dense the subject matter is that you're trying that you're looking at, that you're trying to absorb, you need that. Well, at least I do, and I believe a lot of people that are nerds like me need that time, because you need to process what it is that you've seen,
right,
and kind of form in your own mind whether this is something that you like, where you think that this might go, if it's worth investing time in, and you need that little bit of time to anticipate what to build that level of anticipation. Not forever, but you need kind of a little bit of a break there. Sometimes we do want things right away, but we don't mind waiting a little bit, that we can
it's fun. Anticipation is fun, and I think people are losing that.
Yeah, it starts to blur together. Like, you'll sit and binge a show and then realize, I'm 4 or 5 episodes into it, and you kind of don't remember shit.
Right. I watched Breaking Bad. I remember liking it, but people bring up individual episodes. I'm like, I have no recollection of that episode, because I literally watched it as fast as I could. But Game of Thrones, I remember every episode because I watched it once a week with my wife. Every Sunday night. That was our deal. And unfortunately, I remember the last season too. But what do you do? And that's another thing. I'm not watching Daredevil until it's done, and other people tell me that I'm not watching 7 hours. I'm not giving 7 hours of my life to a TV show, and then the 8th hour is the episode where they lecture me about white privilege and how I'm a trans. I'm like, they did it too many times. Like Doctor Who did it. Oh my God. I had every companion memorized. I remembered every serial. I remember like, the timelines back and forth. Like I was mapping, okay, Doctor Who went up here and he went back down here, and they need to explain this. And now I don't care. That all that notes is thrown in the garbage because they did it to Star Trek to me ended at Enterprise. That's still good because everything else, the new Trek,
no.
it's so different that it doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? Like it's not Star Trek. So
I haven't watched anything past. Did Voyager come before or after DS9?
Yeah, it was Deep Space Nine, then Voyager, then Enterprise.
Voyager was the last series that I watched, and I don't think I finished it. I watched everything prior to that, though. But after that, yeah, I understand Enterprise is good. I just never watched it.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I got to finish it.
From here today.
I didn't finish Deep Space Nine yet, and I didn't finish.
Deep Space Nine is so freaking good.
Everybody says that, man. It's I can't get past the second season. It's
man, I love Deep Space Nine. Captain Sisko, Quark, yeah, so good, man. They had Worf in there. Yeah, I love Deep Space Nine. Is Enterprise worth watching, John? I've heard it's good.
Asian officer, it is definitely. She is so good.
I like the first season of it, but then they just start. I don't know. I didn't like it after that. I like the kind of like new adventure, new places every week, new technology getting developed. But then when it turned into just like this overarching war, I was like,
yeah, Star Trek works best as well to me because I grew up on the original series. I always got to show my Star Trek credibility.
I did too. I mean, it was in syndication by the time I started watching it.
I prefer that, like that episodic, them like on a voyage, plus like the idea of like the Enterprise was like the first ship that was able to like really travel around. They didn't have teleporters, I don't think, right?
Yeah, they would beam down, although Gene Roddenberry was against it, but it was cheaper than showing a spaceship landing and stuff. So he was like, no, it's too powerful. And then Next Generation, if you ask me, proved Gene Roddenberry right that the teleporting technology and hologram, it was like the God machine. It created Moriarty, who took over every. I guess it's a good warning story for AI and everything, but it got a little too powerful.
What if like if you had a holodeck? What if like the whole inside of your ship was a holodeck? You walk into the ship and like the controls look like however you want because it's a holodeck.
What if you never really traveled? You sat at home on Earth and you sent out a pod, and then you were holodecked. I think in the pod, so you explored. Okay, let's go into that black hole, and then you see what happens, and the pod gets destroyed. You're back home. Like that was interesting. All right, send out another pod. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do not like the idea of teleporting.
It's funny, yeah. There's that whole theory that every time they teleported, they died, and their reassembled. Yeah, I have a if Heroic Tales can make it that far, there's a spacefaring race in my story that they first developed teleportation technology, and they were good people. They were going around like helping other races and fostering goodwill. But every time they teleported, they came back without a soul.
Shit.
So they became ripe for takeover by like demonic beings, and they were like the nicest race in the world. And now they're like a hunted, scourged race because of teleportation technology.
Jeez.
Yeah, like I said, guys, buy my comic. I got a lot of stories to get to.
Yeah, Twilight Zone was good. Garfield Bizarre Adventure. Rod Serling.
Twilight Zone on the Star Trek. I like Star Trek better, but because really, if you go back and watch Star Trek, if you watch Twilight Zone from the beginning, which I tried to, there's a lot of bad episodes. There's a lot of episodes that we for every episode where the guy breaks his glasses and can't read the books, and To Serve Man, there's a lot of dull episodes. Yep, this is issue 2, Heroic Tales. I had a little glitch, but what is what campaign launches without a little?
That's a
glitch?
nice cover.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
I'll have
Renzo.
to check that out.
That's Mary Sue. She's a. Where do you go when you're already perfect?
Mm.
So
There's a ketchup pack tier in there, right, John?
yes,
Or no?
issue 1 and 2. Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't reduce the price. The prices are as low as possible. So
Reduce the price. What are you talking about? Please.
there's you can get both, because even though there's 4 covers, there's only
Mhm.
2 comics because it's a flip
Right.
book.
So what's the ketchup pack price? What, like $20?
Yeah, $20 and then $10 shipping. I can't.
That's so funny. You
that's
say
not-
ketchup, and I'm
that's
like
not
looking at the Burger King, and I'm going, "Where's the ketchup?" I'm like, I don't see any mustard. I don't see any ketchup. Where the fuck?
I
is
mean,
he
that's
talking-
that's
what the
not a
fuck are you
bad
talking
price
about?
at all, John. I mean, you got Pat Broderick on there that did the cover. I mean,
Right.
please.
And then Josh Howard did a cover. Jose Garcia did a cover.
Yeah. So I mean,
And then this is a placeholder because Martina just took these pictures and we didn't have time to whip up cover. But we're gonna make a
Dude,
copy.
that looks amazing.
Yeah,
it
she
does look
looks so
fucking
good.
great.
And then there's
The all the darkness and then the rosy cheeks. I'm just
Mhm.
like, girl,
Mm-hmm.
to me
you
it's
make a
get
good
it.
picture.
to me it's the waist to hips to shoulders ratio. Oh my god, that is
It looks very, dude. It looks like something that somebody airbrushed. Like it
Mhm.
doesn't look real.
oh
You
she
know what
put-
I'm saying?
put like a little filter over it to make her cheeks rosy. But I've seen
Mhm.
the unfiltered. She looks exactly like that. She's a gorgeous woman.
Yeah.
So I people like, you got to sex up issue 2. So I sent Martina a t-shirt and I'm like, would you pose? And she was like, absolutely, I'll pose.
Mhm.
That's
She sent me
awesome.
Polaroids, of her photo sets. She's so pretty. She's
That's cool.
I met her. I'm trying to remember what year, at a party in Manhattan, and there's only been I could talk to anybody. I could walk up to anybody, strike up. She's one of 2 people that I couldn't talk to. She was too pretty. There was another girl that I went.
Whoa.
Oh damn.
Am I allowed to see? What am I?
It
I'm
doesn't show
good.
anything. It's nothing that you wouldn't see in an 80s comic. And when the word balloons are in, it's going to be even more covered up.
Okay.
But that's
There
the
goes my
big
channel.
Parker's wife. They're planning the day in the early morning. She's talking about, oh, good, the kids are good. He's taking a day off.
Mhm.
And then he does the absolute
Yeah,
wrong thing.
don't change this. They can leave it the way it is.
I actually
I'm
had
good
to
with it.
ask Renzo to throw a
They're
blanket
like,
on.
there's,
A little-
yeah, they're sweating milk.
Mhm.
They got white stuff all over each other's face.
But then you see, he leans back, he turns on the TV, and that's when it goes
Mhm.
wrong. So she's talking, and then when she comes back for round 2, he's out the window. He's a superhero. And if you scroll down, you can see a kid, a sinkhole opened up, and a kid fell into a crevice, and
Mhm.
they can't get to him. So he shows
What's
he
that,
shows up.
Timmy?
Yeah, Timmy
What's that
stuck in a
last
well,
thing? Timmy fell in a well.
and then his
Ooh.
Mary Sue artwork.
Wow.
Yeah,
Who colored this?
Man, I like that vortex
yeah, Renzo.
Mhm.
going on.
And it's great because when I told Renzo there was Kirby Crackle, he was like, I didn't even have to explain what I was talking about.
Yeah, he knew exactly.
He knew exactly.
Kirby Crackle, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is the best work Renzo's ever done. He instantly loved this comic. Garfield says $10 for an indie book is pretty good. Yeah, and not only is it a good
Mhm.
price, but you're actually going to get it. It's like 60% done already.
Yeah,
Nice.
you're gonna get it in the same year.
Yeah, you're going to get it. You got to get it because we want
Never
to.
gonna
I
get
wanna
it.
start
Never
working
gonna
on-
get it. Never gonna get it.
I want to work on Patriarch #1. I'm going to spin him off into his own comic, and keep Heroic Tales as like.
Ooh, no. Go back to that shirt. Damn, that shirt's dope.
Yeah, which one do you like?
I like that white and blue one
Yeah, that's Mary.
Yeah, it's pretty dope retro.
because it's just the design is simplistic. It's balanced.
What's
Like
up with
it.
the crosses? What is there a religious thing?
Yeah, I'm really proud of that symbol. It's Mary Sue is perfect. It's perfect is a subjective term. What's perfect to you guys is not the same as what's perfect to somebody
Mhm.
else. She's perfect in the eyes of her grandmother. So Mary Sue is her family fled Mao Zedong's China in the 50s. So her grandparents fled real communism, came to America destitute and poor because they wouldn't leave their Roman Catholic faith, their kids turn their little supermarket into a real supermarket, and now it's Sue Mart. So Mary Sue is born into wealth. She's pretty. She's a good girl. She doesn't drink. She's a virgin. She's very religious. So when she goes to college, they tease her. You know what I mean? You know, like in college, she won't go out. She won't join it. So she finds the St. Thomas Society. I made up the St. Thomas Society. St. Thomas was the apostle that demanded to see Jesus's wounds. So in my world, the St. Thomas Society is a group of Christians who are scientists, not Christian scientists. That's a different thing. But they're, so they're so it's like a fraternity of nerds, religious nerd scientists, and that's their shirt. Nerds. So she wears that. That's her lucky shirt, So she goes to her first, to work with that shirt on. The mishap happens. She gets her superpowers, and now it's part of her costume. So that's, St. Thomas's eyes looking at the stigmata of Jesus. That's what it's all about. And the patriarch symbol is because of the Roman Empire, the victory laurel leaf, the purple and gold. I don't know. I like a simple chest symbol, on with it. I think it's well, I explained it in the comics, so you're gonna see one page where she talks about the shirt. Her friend is like, "You still wearing your nerd shirt?" And then the other guy who's the lecherous guy is like, "Well, it looks good. You could take that shirt off," kind of thing. Yeah, Renzo's art is so good.
Yeah.
And then I got original pages for sale. Renzo, I bought a page, and then Renzo was just like, "Listen, it's so expensive to send artwork. I'm just going to send you a bundle of pages." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll put them on the campaign, and we'll try to sell them for you." So this
Nice.
is
you're on the splash page, John.
What's that?
For Fund My Comic, you're on the front page.
Yeah, he always puts the newest campaigns to launch on the front page. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Luke's a good guy.
That's cool. That's cool though.
And I think one of my buddies tipped a lot too.
It's hard to get on there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Renzo draw. Everybody's like, "You got Renzo drawn for you," and like your comic's so wholesome and everything. So I sexed it up a little bit, but it's still like my ruling is, if you didn't see it in an 80s comic, you're not going to see it in my comic. So it's not going to be nudity and sex and stuff like that. There'll be suggestiveness. Like, we all remember Starfire in bed with Robin. That was pretty shocking.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene in the Teen Titans where the goddess Memnosine removes her clothes and you see everything in outline, stuff like that. So, and then, I'm going to put some word balloons strategically placed over the shower scene. That's a little too explicit for me, but you know what? Maybe it'll sell some.
Yeah.
Just have an NSFW copy for people who want it. I'd take it just like that. I'm good with it.
But it's also their husband and wife that love each other. They're into each other. They got kid, like he's a superhero. He can fly around the world. He wants to stay home and play Dungeons and Dragons with his kids. So that's going to probably be issue 4 of the Patriarch. It's going to be him at home.
Oh, you're already 80% funded. Rock on.
Yeah, man.
How long has the campaign been active, John?
Yesterday.
Since yesterday. Holy shit! Really?
That's
what?
That's good. Yeah, he's already 80% funded since yesterday. That's good.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna hop in there.
Oh, thank you.
I wasn't gonna get anything but the book, but yeah, I think I'm gonna have to grab me a shirt too.
Oh, please. Yeah, they're already here. They're right here.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like her shirt. I like that shirt. That
shirt's cool. Yeah, my wife likes it. I go, wear it to church groups, so they ask about it when they buy comics. Yeah, I tell people, like, I could have gouged people because there's 4 covers and each cover is awesome. Renzo does a Patriarch cover. Renzo does a Barry Sue cover, and then Josh Howard does a Barry Sue cover, and Jose Garcia does a Patriarch cover. I could have made 4 covers. I think some people but I put them all in the same book, so there's only 2 versions.
Who's doing your shirts, John?
I'm sorry.
Who does your shirts?
Allegheny Apparel. You could kind of see their image. If you scroll down to the shirt, you could see it faded. You know, in what do they call that? Like
Are they
watermark?
all
A
cotton?
guinea?
Or-
No, it's not cotton because cotton doesn't do full sublimation.
Okay.
So
It's like a polyester.
it's polyester, but it's not like it used to be. It feels like I'm wearing it right now. It's really
it's breathable, not like the old polyester, which was hot.
It might as well be cotton because it is really comfortable. But what they do is they had to explain the process to me because nobody would do, like the Mary Sue shirt I could have gotten anywhere because,
Yeah, that's fucking easy peasy.
Yeah. But the Patriarch shirt, look like the back looks like a cape and everything like that. They actually have to like put the whole, in the pieces. I think there's like 3 pieces of the shirt that they stitched together.
Okay.
Each piece had to be like made out of material. So like you could throw this in a washing machine, it ain't gonna fade because,
Okay. Yeah. Good.
It's
Yeah.
the dye is like inside the fabric rather than like
it's
laying on top.
Yeah, it's not just an
Okay.
iron on or a decal or. But when I saw like
Crazy.
Cyber Frog shirts, I'm like, they're getting these made someplace. I can get them too. So
I tend to prefer cotton because it's really breathes.
I
But
would-
you're right though. The color, unfortunately, sometimes, especially if you wear it a lot, which my favorite shirts I tend to wear a lot, like this one. I have another version of this one, which is exactly the same shirt, but I've had it for so long it's severely faded. I mean, this color here, which is like a charcoal color, my original shirt is all gray. The insignia is all faded. So, but no, I know what you're talking about. I know what kind of material that is. Yeah, it is breathable, so you don't get hot in it.
Yeah,
that's what I don't like about the old polyester shirts. They get real hot. You get real sweaty.
Yeah. I see Garfield says, unfortunately, some people I've talked to don't want to support crowdfunding anymore. Yeah. People said that directly to my face. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. You're a good guy. I like you. Your comic looks good. And I'm like, you see, perfect example of other people. I'm getting hurt by other people's behavior,
Yep.
And I understand it too.
It's not just damaging their business. Again, they're pulling the ladder up. They've been successful, so they don't care what they do.
That's
not hurting them. I mean, long term it is.
Long term, it's affecting them, but they don't care. But they are definitely pulling up the ladder.
Yep.
I mean, within this scene, at least within.
Like when you go into a bad neighborhood, you're like, not all of them are like that. Of course not. But, stereotypes exist for. Otherwise, every day I have to learn all my information. So. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm being lumped in with. And then I had other people said, I'm not going to back issue 2. I'm not going to back issue 1 until you deliver. So if you have a backup tier for issue 2, I'll jump in. So I was 3 weeks late delivering, which bothers me because I was bragging that I was on time. But and I'm the only one who mentioned. If I stop mentioning that,
but you kept your backers informed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, but that's the difference. Yes, you were late, but you didn't leave your backers an alert. You let them know, hey, here's what's going on.
I showed them the exact reason why.
This is how long it's been. Unfortunately, it's been delayed. This is what the delay period looks like. So this is the new updated time frame which you should start. That we're going to start fulfillment. You should see the books by X date. A lot of they're not doing that. They're just leaving you to guess. You never know if you're going to get the book. I mean, Cyberfrog 2 Rent Planet is still fulfilling. And that book is campaign is how many years old now? 4 or 5 at least.
My buddy
still
Mike,
fulfilling. It's not complete.
My buddy Mike backed to get a head sketch.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't even get the regular comic yet.
Hopefully it's not cross-eyed like Wiggles' sketch.
But yeah, but I got the physical proof back, the proof copy.
Right.
And there was a page just missing. So that there was a page, but all the dialogue, all the captions, all the word balloons were missing. So, and the funny thing is, it kind of worked, but I'm like, I can't do this. I can't.
Right.
So I told him, and it went back, but unfortunately, it went to the bottom of the queue, and that caused it to be 3 weeks late. But yeah, I understand.
But that wasn't your doing, man. That's the whole purpose of getting the proofs,
right.
though.
And I told
You
everybody.
did-
I went to all
Yeah,
the
I mean,
sites and told everybody, and
you were. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, yes, you were technically late, but it wasn't your doing. It wasn't just you being lazy or being irresponsible.
well, I
and not having
uploaded the wrong
concern for the
file, so yes,
backers.
it was my fault. You know what I mean? Somebody uploaded the file without, because I have files with the dialogue, without the dialogue.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I don't know
Okay,
how.
well, I mean,
it's not in
but
there.
okay, so fine.
Yeah.
Then it was your fault. But regardless, you kept the backers informed. You didn't just
Right.
leave them to guess
And it
when
was
they
only-
were when and if they
Like
were going to
everybody
get the
said,
book.
it was only 3 weeks. It was only 3
Yeah,
weeks.
I mean, yeah, 3 weeks is nothing. I mean, because right now there are series that I'm following right now that I'm going into my local comic shop for that are not, I really don't buy much Marvel and DC stuff to speak of, and if it is, it's primarily back issues. But there are ongoing series right now that I'm following where they might take a month or two break, so I might not get the next issue for like a month or two. And I have to keep tabs on it to know when the books are gonna. I mean, I have a pull, but if I didn't, but even then, you can't just even rely on your pull because just like anybody else, they make mistakes, and sometimes the books don't get pulled. So I have to be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Mm.
But a delay.
What we were talking about earlier, we wait. All my life I waited a month for a comic book.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty much conditioned to wait, and I kind of enjoy the wait. Like little like we were talking about everybody's instant gratification. Like, so I'm pretty forgiving when a campaign is late, especially if it's a one shot. You know what I mean?
Well-
like if you're gonna do like Starlight Cats, I don't know if I'm just picking it up because I don't think there's any intention of a part 2. It was a one shot. It came out. Who cares if it's 6 months late? Before I get the whole story, it's done. I can absorb it, whatever. But Cyberfrog, I don't. By the time the next one comes out, I don't remember anything. The enthusiasm is gone. Like this is what I was like. People
It's
seem
too
to
long.
like. Yeah, I got to strike while the iron is hot. I got to
Mhm.
get the rogue tails on too while people still remember it.
Right. Well, and I think just in talking to you, since I've not really like talked to you like face to face, so to speak.
Yeah,
if you
this is
will,
the first, yeah.
is
This is the
I
first,
think just what I gather is you're a little bit older than I am.
I'm older than
uh,
everybody.
Well, I don't know how old are you.
I'm 57. I'm 56.
Okay, so yeah, you're only a few years older than me because I'll be 54 this year. So
Okay, yeah, we're the same age.
we're only a couple of years apart.
We're the Council of Beards right over here.
Right. But I mean, the thing is, you and I come from a totally different generation, and we have a different mindset because we're able to delay that gratification because that's how we grew up. That's how things were. There wasn't this almost like regurgitation, if you will, of material out there.
You know what's funny?
That's not how to work. You had to wait. There was no other choice. They didn't have stuff where they could do like binge. They didn't have binge streaming. They didn't binge anything.
Right.
You had to wait till it was finished.
Commercial.
If you wanted to binge it, you had to wait till they were done.
You had to sit through the commercials because I couldn't pick up my phone. You know what I mean? I just sat there watching.
There was no phone to pick up. You had to go to the bathroom, or you had to go make some food or something. There was no phone. I mean, we didn't even have, you and I mean, you're probably the same, but we didn't have remotes. We had
I was the remote.
We were the
remote.
The president was on TV. You weren't watching anything. You were going to have to go do something else. You had appliances that doubled as furniture. I mean, the big old Curtis Mathis TV is what we had.
My father would be on the couch yelling, "John!" He's in the basement. I'm all the way up on the second floor. I can run down. What's wrong? Put on channel 4.
Change the channel. Yeah, we were the remote. Yeah, kids.
When you instant gratification, this is going to sound alien to everybody, but this is the way. Not only me, but a lot of my friends thought the same way. Back when we would, in high school and in college, meeting a girl, dating, it wasn't even an idea that we were going to bang them on the first date. Like, it was like, we're going to savor this. Go to first base, go to second base, go to third. You know what I mean? And then it was like, I met one guy like in my late 20s who was just like, one night stands. And we were like, what's wrong with you? Like, it was fun to do this whole wooing and romance thing, and now it's like TikTok, hit the button. It's like ordering pizza.
Yeah, thank God I'm many years retired from that. Oh, geez.
I wouldn't know how to date. Let's be realistic. I really didn't know how to date back then either.
No.
At Garfield, yeah, I try not to bring up my breaking my neck anymore because it sounds like I'm asking for sympathy. Yeah, but I literally broke my neck. you know. But that
Ow.
didn't really hinder anything because Renzo at that point had the art, and it was it was sitting in my chair moving things around. But it, if it was a fraction of an inch more, it would have been dead or
Bad.
paralyzed.
Hmm.
Doctor said it was like the Goldilocks. He's like, and she says now that it's like almost it healed so well. There's almost no sign of it anymore. So that's good. Yeah, you guys are a generation older than me, but still remembering to have to wait till the next week to watch the next episode. If you wanted to own stuff, yeah, and Chuck, Matt, you guys remember like when Spider-Man came out and your friend got the last copy at the 7-Eleven?
Mm-hmm.
You had to hunt all over town, and if you missed it, you missed it. Like every one of like you say you go on back issues.
I still have comics from when I was a kid that I picked up off of the spinner rack when we used to go and visit my grandparents. They had a corner store down the street.
Yep.
And
Mm.
when we're going to go home, my mom would go, okay, here's some money. Go get you some candy and go get you some comics because it's a long drive. Because back then, the speed limit was 55 on the highway. And, the distance of drive was, I mean, now you do it, if doing the current speed limit, you could probably make it in about 4 hours, maybe 5 if you stop and gas up or whatever. But back then it was an 8-hour drive because if you had to stop for food, you have to get gas. I mean, gas stations back then also weren't as abundant as they were. You knew kind of where your last places to gas up were. Because I live in Texas, so we have big long stretches.
Oh, okay, you're in Texas.
Like nothing out here, even now.
Because we would drive up to my grandfather's house up in Hunter Mountain from Long Island, and it was a 4-hour drive. No phone, no TV in the cars. You know what I mean? I would literally have a stack of comic books on my lap.
Yep. I still have all those comics that I picked up off the spinner rack. Now my grandparents have still have since passed on, and the corner store is not even there anymore. They knocked down the original, they built a new one, and that's the one I was still going to and getting comics when I was a young teenager, and then eventually one of the last times I've been there, I saw that they had knocked the store down. The building wasn't even there anymore. So now I don't even know what's there now. It was an empty lot the last time I was there.
My mom used to smoke Kit Kings in the soft pack, and she would give me $2, and I would ride my bike down to the drugstore, and it was $1.75. I'd go turn the $2 into 8 quarters, put $1.75 into the machine, pull the machine, and I would have a quarter left. And that was comic book was 25 cents. So I used to be like, Mom, you want cigarettes? I was like a cigarette pusher because if my mom bought cigarettes, I got a comic book.
Oh, that's fucking horrible.
and now I'm the most anti-cigarette guy possible because cigarettes killed both my parents, But
oh my God.
But I didn't know that when I was 9, Mm-hmm. My father used to tell me that his father used to give him a dime and a mug. And he would walk down the block to the bar, put the mug on the counter, and the bartender would fill up the mug. He would give the guy a dime, and my father would walk by, and he would get nervous because it was about to spill. So he's sipping the beer so it wouldn't spill. And then, hey, pop, watching the football game, sending my dad out to. Things have changed, right? Can you imagine sending your 6-year-old kid out to get you a mug of beer in today's generation?
Yeah, they can't even buy you cigarettes anymore.
Yeah, or cigarettes. Yeah, man. I work on a construction site. We got 80 guys that are just electricians. Nobody smokes. Nobody smokes anymore.
Yeah, I quit smoking probably more than 20 years ago.
Which is good. I mean, I'm anti-smoking, but I'm just amazed at what a psyop. Everybody smoked, and then within like 5 years, government policy got everybody to stop smoking. So you going to tell me that we're not being mind controlled?
Well, yeah. I mean, for years you were told, this is a good smooth taste. Yeah.
Yeah. In the 50s, my mom said, and I've seen the ads that doctors were like, you should smoke. You're too anxious. Or you want to lose weight, smoke. The comic books, Garfield's got some good comments. My comic book spinner racks weren't in my local 7-Eleven growing up, but they had Street Fighter arcade cabinets. Oh, man. Remembering spending dollars. Yeah, Battle Zone. That was my game.
I'll step away for just a moment.
Matt, do you remember Battle Zone, the tank battling game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Do you remember Star Wars? It was like It was like a
The
wired.
Vector, like there was like a red. It was like a wireframe game.
Yeah. Oh
Hell
man.
yeah, dude.
My wife and I, every once in a while, there's an arcade by us, and there's a mall, and inside the mall there's an 80s. They call it 80s retro arcade, and it's it's like Ghostbusters and Gilligan's Island pinball machines and
Yeah.
X-Men,
Oh fuck yeah.
and you pay one price, so you don't have to constantly feed it quarters. So my wife and I went in there one day, and we finished the Avengers game. Oh my god, I never got to finish the Avengers game before, but we sat there. We were the only ones in the arcade. We're in our 50s. Just
That's
hit again, quick. It was so
that's
much fun.
hilarious.
Yeah. I love going there and playing pinball. Out of all those,
Oh really?
yeah, because there's a physicality to pinball. There's a steel ball coming down. There's
Mhm.
you could move the pinball machine like you
Like a
learn how
tactile
to,
thing to it.
yeah, because you can tilt it, but there's always a little bit of play. If it's too sensitive, then it's no fun. So they know that. So they give you a little bit. You have to figure it out. I like it better than video games because you could hear the sound. Sometimes the ball hits the glass, and you're like, oh shit, I almost shattered the glass. And the only problem is they break so easily. And it's a real specialty trade to repair pinball machines. Like I'm tempted to buy one for my house. There's a whole, not underground, but I've been looking at the internet. There's people that buy pinball machines, put them in their house, and then when they get tired of them, they trade with other people. So
Really?
Oh, so you got Ghostbusters? I got Masters of the Universe. Okay, yeah, I've been looking for Masters of the Universe. Okay, in 3 months, let's swap. And then they come and I guess you just pay to move it or whatever, and now you got a new pinball machine for a year. But the thing is, you got to also know how to fix it. You got to order the glass if the glass breaks. You got to clean it out. You got to you got to lift it up and learn the electronics and soldering and stuff. So it ain't like a poor guy's hobby.
Right.
Back in my old apartment complex, there was a kid that had, not a kid, 40-year-old man. He looked like Woody Allen though, and he just had like a bed without a those stereotypical, just a mattress on the floor.
Yeah, like
he had a mattress on the floor. He had a TV on like a milk crate, and then the rest of the apartment was just wall-to-wall video games. Like Space Invaders and Berserk and Robotron and go to his house and drink beer and play those freaking games, all night long. His neighbors must have hated him.
All right, we're talking about food and beer. I am gonna have to cut this short.
Cut the shorts. 4 hours, man.
It's been 4 hours. I gotta go get something to eat.
Go get something.
I gotta go get something to eat.
I'm trying not to constantly refresh my my campaign. You know what I mean?
Do it.
It's good to talk about things.
Let's see.
You refresh. You're there. I didn't get any sales now. I'm a little disappointed because my first campaign we did $1,000 in an hour, and now it's almost how many hours is it now? I don't know. 17 hours, and we didn't do $1,000 yet. So I can't help but be a little bit stressed.
Just keep at it. Keep going.
Yeah, I got 112 days to go. There's a very good chance that I cross my fingers, I might be able to deliver early.
That would be dope. That would help with the previous 3 weeks.
Right. That's why my goal is to be 3 weeks early, but that'll balance the karma. And Matt's got a page. If you're a fan of Matt's art,
yeah, man.
Oh, Matt, I was thinking of you. I'm on a building in Manhattan on 168th Street, and I'm up like 8th floor. And up there, the buildings aren't too tall. So when I'm up on the roof of my building, I'm looking down at all the apartment buildings, and I can see all of those water towers and that you drew in Rock and Roll Ninja that I really love. And I keep trying to take pictures of it, but the problem is there's a chicken wire fence. So either fence is
focusing on the chicken wire,
or the chicken wire fence is blurry and it just ruins the photograph. So I want to get to a spot where I could get past the
Yeah,
chicken
that
bar
would be dope.
and send these to you. Like, here you go. This is for Rock and Roll Ninja again. Next time they're fighting on rooftops, it's just so cool looking.
Dude, I really love those things, and like I want to use those as like secret hideouts for the Soaring Eagle. Like there's a couple of like
Oh,
empty fake ones. You know what I mean?
it's funny. We're thinking alike because I worked on a building, and you ever see a big skyscraper and then there's just like a small cube on top of the
Yes.
those are usually elevator machine rooms. That's
Mhm.
what pulley systems are. And I was just thinking, what if that wasn't? What if that was the secret hideout of the Soaring Eagle or you know the Patriot?
Yeah.
So in Science City, there's going to be like you said, fake water towers where there's an extra shirt because the patriarch ruined his shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like I like my Soaring Eagle guy, like he has a jetpack,
Right.
but it's not like infinite fuel. You know,
Right.
so he has to, there's so strategically he has fuel and ammo and stuff placed around the city, you know.
I like that when Spider-Man would do that. He'd be like, oh yeah, he would web up a set of clothes for later, you know.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. Last week I put this here just bingo, you know, some clothes underneath, you know, some sort of tower.
But having like the inside of one like decked out, you know what I mean? Like it looks, you know, like an old one from the inside, but you go inside, there's like maybe a cot, you know, and like, you know, a coffee maker and
Yeah.
some books or whatever. All right, guys, I'm fucking starving.
Hey, go eat, Matt. Go eat, Matt. I could distract people and keep people talking all day
I'll
long.
see you guys later.
Good seeing
I'm gonna
you.
end the stream. I'm in the stream. You think I was just gonna leave?
Oh, I thought you were going to leave right then and there.
No, you think I was just gonna leave the stream?
No, I was waving goodbye to everybody.
Okay, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Fun talking.